Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Challenger Cup Group B. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I will be joined by my co-caster, Triple Nipple, with 3 nips. How are you today, Trip?
I'm doing pretty good. Better than you Pacific guys that have to wake up early for this.
It's bright and early. Certainly a morning to be looking forward to, though. Some good action should be unfolding in front of our very eyeballs today. We're going to be picking up Sinister Pride versus Animal House for round 1 of this Challenger Cup, and talked about teams that are, we're going to be excited to watch. Animal House, definitely one that we're going to want to be keeping an eye on throughout the course of this Challenger Cup. Them and Danglers, I'm sure, will be getting pretty thorough coverage of their matches today. Just between these two teams, Trip, what are you expecting on Downfall?
Oh, well, I don't really know. I know Animal House is a little bit more of an aggressive team than Sinister Pride, but I've seen Sinister Pride do really well on Downfall. I mean, they have set positions. They just wait. They don't peek, which is really the best way to play Downfall, in my opinion. They just wait for people to cross their firing lines, and it's just very methodical. So I don't know if Animal House is going to have the adjustment to slow down and watch those angles.
Yeah. They certainly do have a powerful roster over there on the Animal House side. Green Theft, Nolamite, Shrieking Geek, Steven does seem to be in the lobby, at least for now. And we're waiting on their 5th. And over on Sinister Pride, we have Nullist, Flying Potatoes, Ostentatious, Virus, Trojan, .exe, and Fester Taint. It is a consistent squad on both sides. They've both been playing throughout the course of this season, and I don't think they get to square off very often. You know, that's something we see a lot in the group stage, the Challenger Cup, is that you get to see teams play against each other that don't regularly get the opportunity to play against each other. Sometimes it results in a couple of 4-0s at the start of the round, but sometimes we get something like that Onward Japan community coming in and taking away a round from a top team. You know, it can be really anyone's game.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've watched a whole lot of Sinister Pride in general this season, so
yeah.
the gameplay style knowledge is not really there as much as it is for Animal House. Animal House likes to go loud, fast, and aggressive, and they like to flank. And that works for them on the smaller maps, or even on like Quarantine and Snow Peak, where the flank lines aren't as exposed. But when you're trying to come across Downfall and flank, you're going either through the valley and then you have to come out one of 2 exits, or you're going north and coming around the North Hotel, which is then a completely open ridgeline. And so I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize their normal, we're going to flank and we're going to pick at them from both angles, but they do have Lipinski, who is their sniper.
Yeah, they definitely have the range department covered, right? They have the sniping and I mean, it's gonna be something that Sinister Pride are gonna have to be aware of. They need to tuck in, keep a tight defensive hold on things, not necessarily go out for those early picks, because that's exactly what those snipers will be looking for, is any little heads or anything peeking out of windows to try and get an early angle. Curious to see how that will shake out for Sinister Pride. We are ready with both teams in the lobby. We should be hopping into the action shortly once we give them the go-ahead, and I am excited for this Challenger Cup. Yesterday was filled with great matches. You know, a ton of rounds coming down to 1v1s. A couple of caps, some surprise W's. It was an exciting day yesterday, and honestly, I'm looking for some upsets today, right? I want to see some of these teams that don't normally get to be at the top tier battle it out and put up a good fight, because I know they're capable of doing so, right? These teams that are in the lower ranks are still very skilled and very practiced.
Yeah, and if I remember right, actually on the Sinister Pride side, Ostentatious likes to take that sniper rifle too, so there is possibly going to be some sniper battles or, counter sniping going on, which would be very entertaining. I know when you don't have that sniper, like, I don't think we saw a lot of teams yesterday on Downfall running snipers, and it it forces you to get closer to engage, and that's how I prefer it.
Yeah, right. And it's worthwhile noting that Animal House will have home advantage all day today. As a team that is ranked first in the group stage, they have the highest rank in this group. They get the advantage of having home every single round. So they get to start off on Volk, or, they get to pick which side every single round they play today. And that's a pretty big advantage when you have the ability to choose what side you're going to play on, right?
Yeah, it's different from how it is in the normal season. And, I'm not actually sure why it is the way it is, but I believe it's always been that way for previous seasons and whatnot. I guess it's because the maps are forced. You don't get that choice. But yeah, I am looking forward to this matchup. I mean, we're now waiting on another Animal House member. It looks like they're having some connection issues.
A brief tech hiccup here to kick things off. Not exactly how we want to start off the day.
You definitely don't want your sniper to be dropping mid-match. You can't just lose your Overwatch and not know it. That's like the worst way to go in.
Especially on this map, you really need that extra bit of utility and range. Comes into handy quite a bit. Really don't have much else to say. We've had the pre-show. We've. I guess I could get your predictions since I skipped you in the pre-show.
Don't worry. I put it in chat.
I saw it.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Animal House, but I definitely think it's based on what their lineup is going to be. If they've got all their players available and they have that flexibility, because they've got guys that are really good on closer range maps. They've got guys that are good on Bazaar. They've got guys that are good on Quarantine. And I think that they have, after assimilating part of Mob Squad into Animal House, they've got like a really well-rounded player base that they can take both long and short and still make do. And also if Steven doesn't run out of battery power on his Vive Wireless.
Yeah, well, it's a long day, so that's very well a possibility, unless he continuously charges it during downtime, which I'm sure he will be trying to do. Yeah, you could easily run out of battery over the course of, what sometimes takes 4 or 5 hours of Onward, right?
Yeah, it could be a very long day for everyone. Yesterday was only like 4:15, I think.
Pretty good.
Not too bad. Yeah.
I think we're going to rest our voices here as we wait for this fifth, but don't go anywhere. We'll be hopping into this matchup shortly. I'll start it off quietly and then come back in with a little volume. Welcome back, everybody. We have a full lobby of players on both teams. We're going to be hopping into the Sinister Pride versus Animal House matchup. We've talked about it quite a bit. Now it's time to see exactly what each team is going to be bringing to the table as we hop into round 1 of map 1, the Challenger Cup B.
And both teams starting out, Animal House seems pretty excited to
Yeah, they do.
be playing. Looking for that quick spawn in the northwest or northeast corner, not seeing it. The spawn was actually the center spawn. I don't actually have a name for that one. It's the one you forget about and you get shot by.
Yeah, right. The one that for some reason doesn't happen very often. Flying Potatoes is getting a little early aggression in the north, looking for some action underneath stairs, but quite ID here, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a north-focused push. Everyone seems to have shifted pretty heavily over to the south. You got Nolus and Ostentatious. They are covering the south. I'm not sure from what, though. So it'd have to be an incredibly aggressive defensive push for someone to be coming up this hill, and I guess we saw it out of OJC yesterday, but not something that we're seeing here.
I don't know if I'd seen it on this objective. I think it was the Heli Bungalow objective, because you spawn a little bit closer to the south, and then they try and go for that lower dumpster to get that aggressive flanking position. Shrieking is in center hotel, top floor, and the lasers keep training past his head, but no one can see him because it is very, very dark in there. I think he just called out one at APC.
Yeah, that's clearly what they're looking for. That's why they've positioned themselves with those angles there in that south side. They're looking for some lines of sight into the three-story. They're looking to pick off anybody that's getting an advantage. Shrieking is peeking his little head out here, and we've had some pretty close calls. And it does look like he may have ID'd someone there. Yeah, he does. Calls it out. His team now aware of at least one of the Sinister Pride's positions.
Yeah, and if you look at the overhead, Animal House actually opting to encircle the objective instead of having anyone on it. So no one's... If someone gets into the objective building, it might be bad, but it's going to be really hard for Sinister Pride to get in there with this circle defense that they've got set up.
It's a good observation, because if they lose their defenders that are in the south, if they lose Shrieking Geek and Nolamite, it really comes down to Steven from stopping this cap from happening, because they have pretty clear access to the inside bottom floor of objective building, and it's a bit of a weak point. Granted, like us, they've invested Steven and Nolamite over here to prevent that push from happening, but definitely going to be the easiest entry point for Sinister Pride. If they can get around there, Wicked Heck's going to be able to catch Flying Potato in the north, though. He shuts that down quick.
Confirmed.
Green making those call-outs as well, and I'm pretty sure that gave his position away to Nolist. I think he heard that.
I'm more nervous about them going around North Hotel.
Pretty easy angle for Wicked Hex to pick up there, and he does indeed.
And
he does get it.
Even if the attackers know where you're at, it's still really hard. It's not as usable information as if you're on a shorter map. Fester putting some pre-fire out onto the heli, but like, so he's in that building. You still have to get around that building, get inside, check both upstairs and downstairs while someone else is covering it as well. It's just not really easy to, even if you know where they're at, you can't kill them unless they peek.
Steven might be finding a long-range angle here. Shots over onto Fester Taint from a prone Steven by the wall. Those don't quite land, but now Steven's position may be known, and so he's got to be careful re-peeking that angle.
Ooh, over here on the street, we've got Virus Trojan creeping up from the car and proning under the wall. And, he's watching Nolamite's position, but he might have a pretty good approach. If he just keeps quiet and keeps moving, doesn't take any shots, he could get all the way up, basically onto Nolamite before having to take a shot.
Oh, and now Shrieking is gone, so that's going to be their first point of contention on this south entry, and you got to wonder if Nolamite's going to try and up his peeking here on this south street. Might give himself away to Virus.
time-wise, we're also looking at a minute 30 left on the clock. I mean, the push is gonna have to come.
Alright, north bungalow down.
Dolomite finds Nullist in the north bungalow. Green finds Fester
I think I got one
in the... Wow, long shot all the way across the map to upper dumpster.
That was really nice.
Watch north bungalow.
We're gonna have to draw our attention back over to that south prone.
I think he can make it if he just keeps going and going. I mean, he's definitely gonna surprise Dolomite. Oh, he's getting a little more pushy now.
Yeah, he's unprone. Dolomite did check there for a brief moment, but I don't think he's really looking at this wall side. And I don't think a knife's in the cards here, but, you know, once Dolomite gets shot at by Virus, it's going to be Virus's position given away to Steven at the very least.
Virus coming way too fast. Oh, Dolomite hears him, and they trade. Oh, where is the last member of Sinister Pride? Oh, wow. 30 seconds, and he's at Marsoc. This is not looking good for Sinister Pride.
I think he realized it too, and so now he's got to make a straight beeline to objective. And you can see rotations coming in from Animal House. They are all dropping back over towards objective, and he doesn't have any time to crouch, crawl, or slow it down. But it's interesting to see Animal House sort of panicking a little bit with the last few seconds of the clock. They're really making sure nobody's trying to get in and cap the objective, and it's just not going to happen as it ticks down to 0 seconds.
Yeah, that last-minute rotation could have been really bad as they all kind of just lined up to get shot and go in to check the objective room.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it was because that trade happened and they didn't know that someone went down, so they just decided to crash, which makes sense. You know, if someone dies at Heli Bungalow.
Yeah, you gotta make sure. Still, though, I mean, it just kind of shows that they had a bit of a weak point, really. You know, like you could, if they had taken control of the 3-story in the center, then Dolomite goes down. There's actually a different angle that they could have pushed in to get to that objective. I think they still would have had to deal with Steven, but either way, a nice defense from Animal House, and they just stay tucked in, secure themselves a round 1 win, and now I'm curious to see what kind of offensive strategy they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see pretty much the same defensive setup from Sinister Pride as we saw from Animal House. So I'll be interested to see. You know, it's fun watching players where they check the positions that they would be at. You know, like that's where they look. And so if the roster is the same and the lineup is the same and everyone goes to the same spots, it could go very badly for Sinister Pride.
Yeah, things could easily turn around and go downhill quick for this squad, but hopefully that's not the case, right? We want to see good, clean matches throughout the course of the day. Does look like we'll be hopping into a round 2 here. Sinister Pride on the defense this time around.
Ooh, Animal House getting the quick northeast spawn. If they push that hill, that ridgeline, they can take at least 1, maybe 2 out.
Yeah,
and it also stops you from getting where you need to get to. Like Ostentatious coming around the white building now. Doesn't look like they're peeking it.
Yeah, they got into some pretty good spots here early. Virus is going to be the only one that's kind of rolling the dice with this push up into this building because they can ID him here, but no one has eyes on, and he gets into that bottom floor pretty unscathed. The rest of the team on Animal House going for a 3-2 split, investing 3 over on that south rotation and keeping 2 here in the north.
Virus definitely just got called out as a laser watched him run all the way up into that building, but I think they're trying to hide their spawn as long as possible, so the shots did not come out. Which I don't know if that's the right play for this this spawn. You know, I think getting quick and aggressive and getting a couple early picks and then rotating, because you could still make that rotation without being shot at after taking down 1 or 2.
It's It's definitely a different defense, though, right? Because they do have 2 invested in that objective building. Nolist on the outside, Fester on the inside. They can deny any sort of entry, really, around objective. You even have Austin down in the crater. So it's a bit of a tighter defense around objective, not necessarily as spread out. But that does give Animal House an opportunity to push in pretty easily. Flying Potatoes here, almost getting scooped up by Shrieking Geek in that ACOG scope he's got.
Yeah, but they got called out going to Marsoc Twins, so I don't know, like, why hide your spawn and run through crater and everything just to get seen making it to the south buildings?
If anything, it makes you maybe assume that there's nobody north anymore, that they've invested everyone in that south rotation because you're not seeing any action up in the north side.
Three minutes, 45 seconds left. Green gonna push up from the west side valley exit. So he's gonna push up towards lower dumpster and clear that. They're worried about brothel, but there is no one in brothel, and the cross to lower dumpster should work fine. I don't know, does the guy in lower red truck have a line on him?
That was my thought, because if he doesn't, it's a very weak south defense. They don't really have a ton of eyes on this south lane, and Green Theft basically should have free reign to crawl up to the middle of the street.
Flying Potato's holding a very tight angle here on the upper dumpster, but he's completely exposed.
All right, west red truck down.
Whoa, Nolamite popping out of the north, catching off one. Virus getting surprised, does able to radio into his team that he was killed by Virus and that the push is coming, so eyes are drawn over here to this building, but it's a great spot to be in. You know, you're positioned perfectly to help support the south push, but there's the peek from Fester, gets the pick into the window. A lot easier to see for Fester than it was for, you know, him to see that dark color on that dark crate. Very hard to identify.
Green is just running with smokes in his hand, trying to make that cross. Flying Potatoes finally caught on and took shots, hit Green once and made him fall back.
Looks like he ditched the nades as well, and he's going for a rotation around the other side. Ducks behind the wall, has the full attention of Flying Potatoes, goes to the peak into a bit of a trade. It's going to come out positive for Sinister Pride as he's still alive, can radio in, and they've got one more down on the Animal House side of things. It is ultimately going to stay a 3v3, though. No one's going to get out there and res Flying Potatoes. Or are they? It does look like they might be investing one in a rotation around here to get him up. Maybe he's just rotating to cover the south street.
When he takes some shots himself, Ostentatious gets hit a couple of times from, I'm not even sure who was taking those shots. Streaking up at the corner, gonna confirm Flying Potatoes. There it is.
Not before information was relayed, though. Shrieking's Geek's position has been identified inside here, and you do see Fester dialed in through that window. It's an opportunity, really, for Shrieking to get the pick, but he doesn't look into the right window. Fester finds the elbow and scoops him up. Meanwhile, Lipinski's pushed himself into the crater spot, the crater position here, into this two-story. He could potentially sneak a cap if he's quiet enough.
Yeah, he needs to be quiet. He's got 50 seconds left. He is running a sniper rifle as well.
The sprint's not going to do it.
Oh, Nolist is right there at the door. Oh,
Yep.
Lipinski saw him.
Wow, the one-handed snipe!
Wow! Ostentatious with the immediate refrag onto that, though.
Yeah, very key refrag nonetheless. Shots coming in from Fester to try and pick up the last Animal House attacker as a smoke goes out and doesn't quite get the angle he's looking for. He does cross, though, completely undetected. Steve could sprint to objective and punch in code. He's got the pad out. There is eyes on the objective, though. Austin is watching. He is peeking. Fester here.
It, but he...
Pads out. Austin has to charge and get this. Fester's not going to do it. Steven's going to get the code. 8 seconds left.
Wow.
Can he do it?
Fester can't hear him because of the smoke.
3 seconds.
Type faster. Oh.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow, Steven had upwards
All
of
the
10
time.
seconds to punch that code in and can't get it in time. Sinister Pride win their defensive round by the skin of their teeth. That could have been bad. That could have been 3-0 Animal House.
Yeah, the timing on Steven's run there was perfect. I mean, Ostentatious was watching the objective corner and would have seen him come out, and then he rotated around the white tower right as Steven came around the corner, and then Fester couldn't hear him because of the smokes on the building, which is pretty mind-blowing. I mean, I feel like he was running pretty loudly, but
yeah, it's odd that Fester didn't radio in. There's someone right here punching in the code, you know, because we would have seen some panicked rotations. But, you know, I talked about that clip in the pre-show of Phantoms trying to punch in the code and his whole hand shaking because of the pressure. I mean, this is the first round right now. Animal House, you know, looking to obviously win the entire Challenger Cup. And so the pressure is there. I gotta wonder if Steven was shaky with the pad trying to get that code in, or if he panicked, entered in the wrong code. There's so many different potential situations there as to why he didn't get it in time, but I can certainly tell you that pressure was one of the elements. Which is interesting, right? Because normally we see Animal House, they're the fun-loving, laughing kind of guys in the beginning of matches. They don't necessarily give off the vibe that they feel the pressure.
yeah, they're definitely just here to play, and they're going to do their thing.
Yep, he punched in the wrong code. It just managed to stop into Steven in time, and you can see the disparity.
I failed you guys. I love you. I'm sorry.
But now he has to bounce back, right? And that's something pretty tough sometimes to come back from, to miss out on 2 points like that. Your mind can kind of dwell on it for longer than it should, and it can affect your gameplay. So we'll see if Steven can still find some picks, find some kills, be an effective unit for the next few rounds, or if he'll be too distraught from missing that cap. Ain't that
Steven seeing one, calling out South Bungalow. Nice sight line. I don't know how he saw it, but then Nolus takes down Nolamite in the valley.
Definitely a pretty spread out Animal House defense here. They've invested one in the 3-story hotel pretty early, which is a risky rotation depending on spawn, and then they sent Nolamite up here onto the south, and he was just nowhere so far out from his team, and you know, to get that early pick, it's exactly what you need on offense. Essentially cleared all of south too, so Nolus has free reign of the South Ravine.
Green finds Fester from Center Hotel onto Center Bungalow, I think. I was gonna say look at the overhead map and take a look at the spread that Sinister Pride had was 2, 2, and 1, and they had like full coverage of the whole west side of the map, but then one went down and threw those numbers off. Ostentatious is creeping up here looking for that Center Hotel guy, taking a what seems like an exposed path, but as long as you stay low, you've got good coverage from all these different defilades and berms and everything. And I think he can get all the way up to the APC
Yeah,
without being seen.
I mean, shoot, he could get pretty close to objective without being seen at this point.
Green does take down Flying Potatoes in the north. That Center Hotel position just doing a lot of damage.
Got a great line of sight up into that north side, and he keeps rotating around so sporadically. He's just flying around this 3-story, constantly peeking and popping around the corners, looking for the picks. Now he should see this smoke getting mobile and push some rounds through it, but yeah, does see at least a little body through the smoke, has to reload, doesn't land the shots he's looking for, and now it's going to be an opportunity, and it does look like they'll be able to get through the smoke and down from the hill. So now Green Theft has to deal with Ostentatious quick before he has to get to Virus. He is just wreaking havoc here.
Ostentatious was waiting for him too. Green got a nice snapshot on him coming around that door.
Wow, Steven, definitely, I think, louder than you, Trip, on the comms, just screaming into his mic that there's one here in the south.
Where I'm shooting south.
The best pro call out ever. Where I'm shooting south.
Of course they know where that is, and Nola's now aware of where Steven is as he dumps out his LMG fire and keeps just peeking up and down, and they can't quite land those headshots. Nice little maneuver there from Nola's to be able to apply the pressure, but not enough as Steven is able to scoop up the headshot. Jeez Louise, man.
Oh my god, I love Steven.
So aggressive.
Green gonna peek back north. Is he gonna see anybody? Kill count is accurate. Green's calling out all the commands of the team. Checks the north. Doesn't see him. Oh, calls him out at murder van. Takes him down. Animal House secure their second round.
Very strong performance there as they come out on top with the lead again, and you gotta wonder if they're going to be targeting that cap again here. I would imagine that they'll be going for it. They got pretty dang close last round, and now with this objective, depending on their spawn, I suppose it will determine if they're going to be getting aggressive on objective or not. But either way, a nice defensive round. 4 left alive for Animal House there. Kind of picked apart the pushing of Sinister Pride. They tried to get in from the north, got shut down. They tried to come in from the south, got shut down, and Green Theft dominating with a bunch of kills in the center there.
Yeah, they all got shut down by the same guy rotating around on one building, which is really hard. Like, I feel like that's going to be more detrimental to your morale, is that you all got killed by the same guy that you knew was there, and you just couldn't get him, versus you all got picked off by someone else, right?
Yeah.
Because if you can't deal with the one guy, what are you going to do about the rest of the guys once you find them? You know, it starts to get in your head.
A lot of mind games in Onward, and you know, we don't talk too much about the mentality of players, but to stay focused, you know, across the court. We're not there yet, but once we get to, you know, rounds 4 and 5, that's a real test of your mental fortitude, right? You've been playing for 4 hours of Onward. You've been competing at the highest level. Your adrenaline's been pumping, and now you have to keep that going. It certainly becomes a challenge.
Yeah, keeping the adrenaline going is basically the only way I play. Mirrored spawns for Animal House, going to spawn in the northeast crater. What is Sinister Pride going to do with their push? They're going to have all of the time in the world to get out of spawn. Looks like it's going to be the same setup.
Yeah.
Ostentatious actually making a run for the South Watch building and makes it up there just fine. So he's the only wild card here in the Sinister Pride defense, but everyone else in relatively the same positions. And they definitely know that a cap could happen, especially you've got to be worried about the cap, even if Animal House isn't going for it, you know, because they were so close last time.
It is odd, though, when you look at this defense, they're really spread out. They're not necessarily keeping it tight around objective. Flying Potatoes way over here in the South Ravine, and then another one up in that 2-story to shoot down onto objective. It just kind of leaves their front exposed, and it is going to be where ultimately Animal House are targeting to move from. You do have Shrieking Geek and Nolamite over here slowly inching their way up through the south, but otherwise, those other two, Steven and... who else is with him over there? Have already crossed without any smoke, so I don't know if anyone's seen this rotation down here in the north.
And you know, Flying Potatoes is really far off of the objective, but I really think that that spot is required for this defense, because if you let them get around behind Marsoc, and they've got a higher vantage point on your, basically, your objective building. You can't leave where you've set. You can't come out the back and change floors. You can't look around the corners. and they can take the valley at that point. And then it's just you just gotta hope that your guys are where they need to be when you start losing people.
Yeah, that is very true. And even Austin's position up on the hill, he's got some good lines of sight down into a couple of different angles, and he's trying to find Lipinski. I don't think that's Lipinski crouched down over there, but it's certainly someone in there. He gets spotted by Flying as he peeks up and over. Nolamite goes down, Shrieking goes down in the south, and that's the south push essentially shut down. I'm going to shift our attention to the trio up here in the north and how they're going to push in. Smoke's coming in now, so Virus should be aware of this push, and he does have a pretty decent angle, but the smoke is going to deny vision, and Green's just going to walk it forward through a couple of lasers.
Spire is waiting for him to come around the corner, misses the shots.
Green's not even challenging Virus up here. It does decide to go for the peak right as Virus drops off, and now Green has an angle. Virus not expecting that, goes down. And now Green has an option here. He can be applying pressure right onto objective building. Nola's going to be ready for that, and the suppressive fire gets dumped out his way.
Smoke's coming out to cover the crosses. Is the cap going to happen? Probably not. Nolas takes down Green in the center hotel.
We have some rotations coming in from Sinister Pride that are going to expose themselves, though. Flying Potatoes trying to drop down from that hilltop angle he had and didn't take the safe ravine rotation. He tries to go straight down the hill, not expecting Lipinski to be on the backside as he does pick him up. And now we're into a 2v2 with one Resible and radioing in information right on objective. Steven walking his smoke in. Does get spotted, but they don't see him obviously in the smoke, and so he'll be able to get up to this wall most likely.
Yeah, and Lipinski there, it's got 2 minutes left, and they're putting shots onto Ostentatious' position. That rotation was called out.
I guess a little bit of a warning that normally we are family friendly, but when spectating Animal House, I can't guarantee that, unfortunately. Like to see
was that just a misfire that I heard from Steven? I saw his laser up in the air shooting.
He was panicked. He was screaming as loud as he could and spraying his rifle into the air. So.
Ooh! Wow! What a pick! Steven gets Nolas and last man standing, Ostentatious, guarding the objective. I don't know if that's a defensive position that'll work. You can cap from behind that wall. I don't know. I don't know if you can get prone there though. That's gonna be tough.
Even able to get the res onto Green Theft. Austin, yeah, I think he can see up over that ledge, so he does have a good angle onto the objective, and especially from where they're going to be approaching in from, he should have a pretty decent line
Green's
of sight.
got tablet out. He's running for it. 50 seconds. He just said, I'm going to cap. He's going for it. He goes down. Lipinski now on the backside of Ostentatious. Steven finds him, pushing it, forcing him around. Nice tag team there. Animal House take their third point.
Nice coordination to land them a kill. Love to see that. In sync moves coming in there, and certainly a good play from Animal House. The rotation in the north going unnoticed until it was too late. At that point, they had their kills and taking control of that 3-story, obviously leading to the eventual round win. And you know, it's a pretty it's what we expected out of this Animal House team, right? We expected them to push and to be an effective team here today. It's surprising how well Sinister Pride is looking, though. They're doing a great job of hanging in here, getting some kills, getting some picks, applying the pressure, and making it pretty tough for Animal House to get these rounds. Yeah,
and I think that center hotel pick that was just a down is what really cost Sinister Pride that round, because Ostentatious seemed to think there was only 2 still alive. So he took the one down running for objective, and he assumed that the guy that had shot at him from like the brothel area was the last guy. And that's an easier fight to deal with. That's why he rotated back around the objective side to get that pick. But then there was a second one waiting for him, and Steven obviously picked up that kill. And so, you know, that having that accurate count is huge because you've got these processes in your head, right? And you're like, okay, there's 4 of us left and 5 of them left. We're here, they're here that we know of. So I have to move in this path, and like you have it like all drawn out in your head, and you're like, this is the safe route that I should be taking, and all of those calculations happen like 100 times a second. I don't know how fast it is, but that's all that's going through your head when you're playing. And then when your count is wrong, those calculations don't matter. It looks like we're hopping into round number 5 on Downfall. Gonna have the heli bungalow. And the quick spawn does come out. Ostentatious trying to take shots. Fester finds Steven on the cross. Sinister Pride obviously lining up that firing line and trying to control the map spread that Animal House can get. But they didn't do that great of a job, as Green Theft is now at center bungalow, or north bungalow, I don't know. SMC doesn't play Downfall a lot, guys.
Either way, he's got
Finds
an
one.
angle, yeah. Scoops up Nolus, and now sniper shots coming in from Lipinski over onto them as well.
The spot that Green has is just so hard to deal with because you can't cross from North Hotel. You have to get into his building to kill him, and he takes down Flying Potatoes at the North Hotel.
That was a lot of missed shots there, and he doesn't even snag the headshot either, so it is going to be a resible down there, and he should be able to get scooped up without too much trouble. Sinister Pride back into a 4v4.
And Green down like 2 mags.
Yeah, true.
It's worth noting you only have 4 unless you pick a support class. That's not a lot of rounds, especially if you like doing suppressing fire without having a support weapon.
I wouldn't even think it was suppressing fire. I just think he dumped the whole clip over towards Flying Potatoes and finally gets him. Yep. See a laser from that sniper kind of get dialed in over here for a brief moment towards Flying Potatoes, but obviously doesn't spot him through that palm tree, denying some vision. So Flying is safe for the time being, but you do have Green Theft lasered in over here looking for this pick. Again, missing the shots onto Flying Potatoes.
But we are going to see the same exact play from Virus Trojan over here in the south. He's creeping his way out of the valley, and I'm assuming he's going to walk or crawl right up the street, which this objective is a lot more capable from this play than the last one was. He'll be right up on objective by the time anyone notices him. We'll just have to come back to him soon. Green downs another.
Oh. I think that was confirming Fester, so Sinister now down into a 3v4. Oh, Flying almost getting picked up by another long angle from the center hotel. From that 2-story, he stays unscathed, and we have an interesting rotation coming down from Ostentatious into the crater.
Yeah, I think those guys in the north are just supposed to be making noise, but the problem here is that Lipinski is in the brothel and Virus Trojan is just creeping up the street. I wonder if Lipinski's actually watching the street. His laser's trained up higher. He's not looking down at Virus Trojan. If he makes this, I mean, he's going to have nobody guarding the objective.
Yeah, I don't know. Lipinski has that sniper too, so you have to remember he's probably, he's looking long distance. He could easily overlook Virus here this whole time, and I think Virus sees this barrel of the sniper there, so it is information.
He just heard both of them talking. He knows he's pinned between 2 members of Animal House. Honestly, I'd keep going.
I know, don't shoot. As soon as he tries to kill Lipinski, it's going to be game over, and he's going to be cover blow. And I think he may actually try and shift into that 3-story and go for Shrieking. But I agree with you. This is definitely an opportunity for him to sneak in. And I mean, look at Austin, too, on the backside. Both of these guys are behind the enemy defense.
And unknown. Shrieking does not know where the last players are. Lipinski looking. Virus is just targeting his window. Man. Oh, there's the shot.
Finally.
Lipinski finds Virus.
Oh, C4 was there, too. Okay, would have been a tough push for him there. Now the smoke comes out. Nolamite should be aware of Austin's position and radioing this in. You really need to get your fourth defender back over here, though. He's so far away, and I suppose you don't need him to rotate if Nolamite gets the shots out. Animal House grabbing map number 1 of the Challenger Cup.
I think that Virus Trojan miscalculated, and he should have just kept going for it. On the street side of that wall, he would have cleared Center Hotel, and he probably would have cleared Lipinski and could have got a cap. But it's hard to make those decisions, especially, I mean, I heard both people, like I was watching him, and then I heard both of the Animal House defenders.
Yeah. We'll be cutting to a brief intermission here. Thank you so much for tuning in. That is our first round of the day in the books, and Animal House are leading the charge as anticipated. Curious to see how they'll square off in upcoming rounds, and we'll definitely be wanting to bring an eye onto them in the 4th and 5th rounds, because I'm sure they'll be contenders for the winner of Group B. More VRML action Group B coming in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Challenger Cup Group B. My name's NightFiree. I'm joined with my co-caster Triple Nipple, and we're bringing you round 2 of this action-packed group stage. Water versus Hand of Death. Trip, what do you expect to see on Cargo for our next map?
Well, I'm hoping for a little bit faster play than we saw on Downfall. But, you know, the rounds are the same amount of time, so technically they could take just as long. But I feel like we're going to see more aggression, a little bit more of that fluid team movement where you're less on the mic and more just proximity shouting, because you can basically do that and be heard all the way across this map, which is my preferred way to play, of course. And I'm hoping for some shield play. I know Hand of Death has a really good shield player in Urban Ghost, and I think Water has a couple as well. I'm not sure if they still do. I know that they had some roster changes at the end of the season, so I don't know if they've still got those shield players, but maybe. I mean, I feel like their strats revolved heavily around shields, so if they lost those players, I would hope that someone else would have tried to pick up that skill and started working on that so that they can also use the shield. But I'm expecting a good match. Both these teams are fun to watch. I enjoy spectating both of these teams.
I agree. It should be a pretty good back and forth, and I am also interested in that shield duo and see how that unfolds here. I guess not duo, but the you know, shields on both sides of the teams today, and so we'll get to see exactly what they're made of and if those shield strategies differ between squads. I think we are still waiting on a fifth for both of the teams, but for now. Oh, there they are. Over on Water's side, we have I'm Patrick, Remergy, Urban Ghost, Jazz Hands, and Skeptical. Over on Hand of Death, we have Engage, the Lich King, Etch the Boss, Aiden Assassin, and Phonic. I don't think there's any real shakeups there in their roster since regular season, but certainly a shakeup in mentality. Water here, ranked 3rd in the group stage, has lost their first map 4-1. To arguably a much lower seeded team, right? I mean, to go up against, gosh, who was it? I just had it up on
Fury.
Here. Yeah, to go up against Fury and to lose that is not exactly optimal. That's rank 12 losing to rank 25 globally. So, not something we'd necessarily expect to see here. And I gotta wonder if Water is maybe not operating at peak performance, or maybe just Downfall is not their map, right? You know, we talk about this a little bit yesterday, but just being able to pick maps and ban maps is a huge element in the competitive scene, and when you take that out of the equation and you force teams to play on maps they may normally not be comfortable with, you do kind of get some skewed results that are unexpected. Maybe that's the case with Water, and maybe we'll see them step it up here in round 2, because as we saw yesterday, you can still lose a round and be crowned the champions. You don't need to go undefeated to be the winner, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at Water's stats for Season 9. They only played Downfall 4 times the whole season. They did win it 3 of those 4 times, so it doesn't seem like they're bad at it, but I definitely don't think that's their preferred map.
Well, we'll see if Cargo is the preferred map as we hop into round 1 of map number 2 in the group stage, Water against Hand of Death.
What the hell was that?
All right, we're kicking it off with some early smokes covering lines. Urban Ghost definitely running that shield coming down towards the tunnel. It looks like he's going to run all the way up. Engage getting super aggressive on his defensive position, moving up into building 2 on the north side. Early Molotov coming out to stop that quick push. Etch finding I'm Patrick on the their right side. Urban coming around the corner here with the shield. Sees Lich King. Jazz Hands comes around the corner to objective, finds Etch. No, he doesn't. Etch finds him. Now Adon's finding Urban Ghost. Engage finds Remergy. Etch finds Urban Ghost's side, and the shield goes down. it's all up to Skeptical now in the, not in a good position. 5 members standing on Hand of Death.
That was
Sure.
quite the defensive round there from Hand of Death. And now with the shield up, he gets denied a kill that he would have normally gotten there. And he has to deal with a bit of a tough situation as he tries to drop back out of this crate. Lots of players rotating for this kill. Can't get the kill off onto Engage before the trade comes in, and Water take round 1 in dominating fashion. You switch the teams mid-game there?
I did, because
Okay.
I realized that it was wrong, and I was like, wait, Skeptical's not I got confused.
Well, that's one way to kick off a series after just losing pretty strongly on the downfall. Maybe they've kind of refocused themselves for the upcoming rounds, but a very quick round 1 for Water.
Yeah, I definitely think that closer range maps are Water's forte. They're actually, I think their most played map is Tanker, I believe. So they like the Night plus close range, but Cargo's everybody's forte. I don't know of a team that's bad on Cargo.
Yeah, it's probably because it's played so often in lobbies, right? It is definitely a favorite of a lot of players in the community. Just the close quarters, the quick pace seems to be something that a lot of teams enjoy working with. And I mean, we see some squads like Blaze just charge in there. Hand of Death definitely just trying to get in quick for some action. And I mean, we saw aggressive positioning from Water on the defensive there, you know, and basically had the backs of a couple of attackers exposed for a good bit there. And little over aggression, not clearing all of the angles leads to the downfall of Hand of Death. And now we'll see what Hand of Death can do on the defense.
Is that Remmer? Remmer, you want to swap?
Come on.
Oh, Remmer and Urban are swapping C4. I don't know. I think the reason they do that, if I remember right with my C4 practice, is that both people can now set off both C4s in order of clicks.
Well, we'll see if
comes right through the smoke.
Yeah, we'll see if the smokes pay off, or if the C4 pays off. He does get down to Patrick in a trade, and Skeptical is using the suppressive fire opportunity to rotate behind Water, and he hits. Finally, the shots on the Phonica. Rez coming in, and all of a sudden, Water's on objective. Urban denying that entry point. Engage catches the back of Urban. Remmer's still here. He goes down. Engage is pad out on objective. Skeptical's not rotating in time. Water could be punching in the code and going up 3-0.
Well, this is going to be fast.
No kidding. That's already round 2 out of the way, and they're up 3-0. It's taken all of 2 minutes to do it.
Engage with the heavy carry, 161. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm not seeing Hand of Death play the way I expected them to play. They're normally aggressive, but not just totally outright running at the enemy.
It's calculated aggression, right? Like there's intention behind each push, and you just didn't necessarily see the intention there. I mean, granted, it did come down to a 1v1, but that was a nice... Obviously, the cap was the point of that push from Water. They had the smokes. They kept applying the pressure. They sent one after another into that objective to cap it, and eventually they find the picks they need, and it comes down to that 1v1. And, you know, the panic of Cargo is real. You got to be aware of when you're the last one on your team and rotate accordingly. And it just dawned too late onto the Hand of Death defender that was the case. make sure that we actually transition to gameplay this time so we can get you that full screen action. What could be the last round of map 2 for water and could be a pretty quick turnaround from being 1 forward on downfall to potentially a 4-0 here on cargo.
Man, those grenade throws from water all the way across center. That smoke landing on green container, that's impressive.
It looks like water are playing off of their early lead, applying the pressure pretty heavily here on defense. The Lich King able to quick peek a corner, scoops one up. Jazz is getting res though, so it's down into a 4v4 again. Etch finds Urban. The 3v4. It's all down to the 3-man squad here. Jazz, Patrick, and Remmer as they make their way in. Lich King quick peeking that little window there. Does finally get picked off by Jazz Hands. Evening things up for Hand of Death 3-3.
The push is coming in now. Remmer's gonna cross up. Etch is gonna find him. Jazz Hands suppressing Phonic's position. Aiden finds I'm Patrick with a C4 and he gets a confirmation. Now it's all up to Jazz Hands.
Guess maybe we shouldn't say we're family friendly. Everyone has to let out those swears at some point. Jazz Hand realizing he's the last one alive. Does get up a nice little pick and rotates quickly around to the other side. Something that is being watched closely by Phonic. As Jazz gets shut down and Water take the win in, I mean, like 10 minutes.
Yeah, a very fast round there. And you know, I totally feel what Jazz Hands is feeling. You know, you have like a couple guys in up and you're gonna go for that push, and then you pull out your tablet and you're like, oh, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Certainly not exactly what you want to see when it comes time to make a push. We can try and hop into another game. Take a brief moment for us to sort out where exactly we'll be moving to. So we'll cut to a quick intermission and we should be right back into some action, unless everyone else has 4-0'd already on cargo, in which case we'll be back with round 3. we are back with Cargo still. We've managed to pop into a interesting scoreline right now. Dead Logic leading the way in Cargo against Anglers 2-1. We appreciate everyone tuning in for the action today. It has been pretty good so far, and we're only 2 rounds deep into the Challenger Cup. We still got some great maps left on the table, and obviously some pretty good matchups that we're expecting to see. But we might not see Dangler's Animal House if this trend continues. If Dead Logic can take this map and give Danglers a loss, might push them out of that contention pretty early, so certainly a decent amount on the line, and we'll see if they come out on top as they go into the offense for round 4.
Ooh, Kitten Mittens finds Momaster early. He was in a good spot. He was at the barrels, but he wanted to get greedy and put that C4 out. Furious in a very dangerous position here as Clorox Chewables is coming out of the tunnel.
Smoke's coming out. Furious missing the peek from Clorox as he goes, picks him up on a pick, and now the push coming in onto objective. This is when the panic has to set in for Neo, Sir Cookie, anyone on Dead Logic, as they have to make sure no caps are coming out here. Rogue Dog does manage to get past some defensive lines. Lots of gunfire out here. Cookie able to pick up a trade there, and we're down to the last defender. Where are they? Back in the back end. Hitman on a rotation. Doesn't spot Nintendo on the backside. Whistles out towards Rivalman, who's punching in the code right now. Danglers might be able to swing this 3-2, but not before Kitten finds the kill and ties it up.
Yeah, a lot of chaos right there at the end. Once those smokes came out, we saw nades flying into them to make sure that the push couldn't come out. Sir Cookie Noob got one with a frag, one with his rifle, and then a trade. So he definitely kept that down, or that approach
100%.
down. But Hitman being way off of objective, I think he was hanging out in like the northeast corner, watching that long pipe angle, having to rotate back. In a panic state, right?
Yeah.
You know, you have to come back and you have to see. You see smokes on objective. You have to check like multiple corners. I heard him whistling, like you said, he was whistling to try and draw attention to him, and it did work. Kitten Mittens took him down, but very risky.
No kidding. A heavy push too. I mean, that was definitely Danglers syncing up, charging in, nice smokes. Applied, and you know, they could have gone for a cap a lot sooner than they did, in my opinion. There was not a lot of defensive checking on the other side of the crate, where we did see a code try to get entered in towards the end there.
Yeah, if Momaster hadn't gone down early, he would have been at those barrels, and that's a very, very strong defensive position because he can just cover across the map. He doesn't even have to worry about people coming up from center. He just worries about people making the cross from like right to that objective at that cap spot, and everyone else covers people moving up on him, and it's a nice clean line. But he got greedy. He tried to throw that C4, and I know sometimes when you're trying to throw that C4, you're like, I gotta get out from behind this thing because it's gonna like snap to the wall or something when you throw it.
Dead Logic and Danglers now into a dead tie for 2-2 as we get into our next round. We'll see how the Danglers defend, and this doesn't look like it's going to be a counter-aggressive sort of defense. They're actually staying pretty tucked in.
Yeah, Rogue Dog, the most forward of the positioning. He's watching. I mean, he's very exposed. He's just assuming that he's going to get that quick snapshot onto 4 or a red container before they can see him, because he's kind of banking on that. They're not going to look here because this isn't a common spot. And now the nades are flying in. Oh, is that going to catch someone? No, it went a little too far.
Oh, almost got Rybo. Rybo nearly ran into that one. A few smokes are out, but nothing to indicate that a push is coming. See too much panic out of the Danglers defense just yet.
Furious is here looking at Clorox, both of them missing their shots. Very tight angle. That Furious actually had to use his needle.
He might still be alive, I can't confirm it.
Hitman prone in the center triangle, looking under those doors, but he's making a ton of noise. That's the one problem with proning, and you know, with the headset, it hits the ground or it hits your stock, and then it makes noise. Thorax does find Furious outside the tunnel.
Pretty crazy for Furious to re-peek that window. You know, he lost that negotiation the first time around to then go back when he could have really just kind of pushed up behind the crate. It could have gone the right way. Sir Cookie prone here. Goes down. Neo picks up Rogue Dog on the exposed position, and now it's a 4v3. Scratch that. 3v3 as Clorox scoops up Hitman.
Neo puts out some confirmation shots. Got to make sure those dead bodies stay dead. Frags coming out.
Tunnel.
Wow. I'm really surprised that Clorox survived that. That was like right over his head.
Is that Executioner?
I think so. From the voice.
Yeah.
Oh, C4 goes out. Sir Cookie Noob goes down. And the confirmation frag coming out. Safe, easy way. Now Neo watching. He sees Rybo. He misses the shot. Ooh. And the rotation is a bad one. Kid Mittens finds Neo in the back as he rotates away.
What was looking like a good dead logic push for a quick moment there where they're up 4-3 gets quickly switched into the favor of Danglers, as now it all does come down to Master, who's getting shot at pretty heavily by Kitten Mittens. He probably should see rotation from Mex here to find the angle, and he does scoop it up. Master going down. Danglers pushing their lead up 3-2.
Yeah, I am not a fan of that yellow building.
Yeah.
On both offense and defense. Once you're in there and they know you're in there, you can't get out. I mean, it's a good investment. Like, it has a good sightline on defense, but if you're the last guy and they're suppressing you, or if you're attacking and you're stuck in there, there's only one way to get out of that building. If they had a second door, I'd be much more of a fan.
Maybe a second door that leads out to the little spot you see behind the barrels in that back corner.
That would force a lot of defense to stack 2 people on that pipe side, though, because you could just run straight through that yellow building then and come out. Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm all for changing up the meta, guys.
Just throw some new maps in there. That's the real solution.
It really is, and there's a lot of good ones.
There's pretty large pool of maps to pick from these days when you look at all the custom maps that folks have been dedicating tons of hours into, and those maps that have been submitted into the custom map tournament are so well designed, and it's certainly exciting to think about competitive teams playing on some of those new maps and what sort of strategies we would see. Because right now it's pretty much, there is definitely some meta defensive styles and offensive styles that we see on each map accordingly. You know, the defense that Danglers put out here is pretty standard to stay tucked in and on the back end, not necessarily push forward, and so Surprised to see Dead Logic not really be able to work too well off of it, although, like I said, they did have that advantage at one point and then lost it. We'll see if they can tie things back up here on their defensive round as we hop into round number 5. 6?
5. 6. 6. Ooh, and a trade.
We traded on the right-hand side here. We traded on
I think Max should be able to confirm that pretty easily. Rybo gets picked up and turns it back into a 5v4. Good start for Danglers on their map deciding round. If they can come out on top here, Cookie able to pick up Max on that right side in the tunnel. He goes down and is still pro, and Rogue Dog able to identify that position quickly, takes him out. The C4 detonated not to any success as a follow-up nade gets tossed down. That one might get pretty close to Nintendo.
Hitman takes down Rogue Dog and rotates. Man, if these nades are just so close, but just so far. Rybo now coming up through the center triangle, gets taken down by Momaster at the barrels. The call out comes out from Nintendo immediately. Shots from Furious Daddy on to Nintendo. Dead Logic's defense looking pretty strong here. Nintendo and Kitten Mittens kind of grouped up, need to spread out and try and pick from multiple angles.
Great nade toss from Nintendo. Bounces up off the top of the cargo crate, drops down on the Furious. Gets him, but Momaster able to deny the push in through the center, grabs one, and now it's all down to Nintendo into a 1v2 with one Resival.
Yeah, I'm surprised Furious Daddy isn't calling for a res, as Hitman could definitely do it while Momaster covers the angles.
And almost caught Nintendo out, though, so his angle nearly paying off. Now Nintendo can watch the cross if he wants to. Does look like he dropped off that angle, and here comes the res.
Nintendo gets Momaster, clears the barrels out. Now it's all up to Hitman and Furious, who has been downed once, so is definitely hurting. Nintendo's playing it smart. He's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. He's doing what he needs to do and just keep peeking back and forth, different spots. Because they can't track you down. Well, they did track him down. Furious saw Nintendo and called him out. Now he's just waiting for him to re-peek. It didn't pay off for him last time. Should have seen that cross, but I don't think he did. Hitman also needs to worry about his feet being shown through beneath that door. You definitely don't think about it being an easy shot, but it's actually relatively easy to shoot people in the feet.
With the shield?
Not with the shield.
40 on the clock. A bad nade goes to the back, completely flashes Nintendo. He is lucky that wasn't a frag. That would have been the death of him and the clip for the ages.
Nintendo opting to go up through 4 now, it looks like. Probably the best approach. I mean, your best approach on cargo as a single player is one side or the other. You know, choose which one you're more comfortable with, where you think the defenders are. Ooh, a nade coming out. Wow, so close.
A prediction. That's just a guess nade, too. A random toss nearly grabbing Nintendo, and now Nintendo's making his way downtown. A minute 45 on
Just
the clock.
walking across it. He's like, I don't care. I'm just going to stand up and cross.
Audio cues should be here for Hitman.
But unless he's given those clicks or notifying his teammate that there is someone near him, Furious seems completely unaware. Furious gonna show himself? Oh, Tendo takes down one. Furious doesn't see it. Tendo definitely saw him.
Yes, he did. Finds the kill on the backside. Danglers take their second map, of the group stage and go up 4-2. Now, we will be taking a brief intermission yet again to line up where we'll be headed for round number 3. And this is when those matchups start to get pretty interesting. Rounds 3 through 5 are when things really start to matter. I'm curious to see what kind of games we get. Obviously, make sure to turn into the multi-stream. Got games going across all 3 channels right now, so be sure to have that up so you can get all of the action your heart desires. Don't go anywhere. More VRML Group B action coming at you. welcome back everybody to the Onward VR Master League Group Stage Challenger Cup B.
Are you just making up words now?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just throwing things out.
I think so. I think so at this point. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm here with the man with 3 nipples. We got Ember versus Danglers right here on Master League 3, and if you take a look at your overall standings, it's actually ranks 1 and 2 against each other right now.
Is that right? I did not realize that that's what we were picking up.
Yep. Is indeed the case. I think, what else do we... Animal House and Bravo are on 2, which is, you know, teams 3 and ranks 3 and 4. They're right there with it. I don't think either one of them have... no, Steel Team Bravo just lost. No, they just won. But I don't think either one of these teams has lost yet. I think all 4 of these squads are undefeated.
That's what it looks like, yeah. And Danglers and Ember just coming ahead with that points differential.
And Ember's actually been in the lead for most of today, so they are certainly in a pretty tense situation here, and we're going to be on quarantine, which is arguably, in my opinion, the most esports-centric map that we have in the map pool. It definitely lends to some very great plays, great coordination, and as a test of your ability to shoot as well. Lots of long-range angles to be taken here that will test how well you can hit your shots. And we'll see who's hitting their shots better today, Ember or Danglers. Over on Ember, we have J-Lo, Milkman, Hellfire, Quokka, Floka, and Lightshaper. Over on Danglers, we have Rivalman, Nintendo, Rogue Dog, Kitten Mittens, and Executioner. Nothing out of the ordinary there for either one of these squads as we hop into round number 1 of map 3 here in Group B.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is definitely one of my favorite maps in Onward, at least in the classic maps, we'll call them, the
Sure.
OG.
Yeah. Classic Onward.
I do kind of miss the trees. I did like that update, and then they took them away.
They can be on roof, but that's probably the best thing.
This is a quick spawn coming in from Ember. They're going to be right on top of the Danglers defense right out of the gate, and we got to wonder if Danglers are going to be ready. They do have Nintendo positioned in here, and he instantly radios in that it is the quick spawn. So now Mex also equally positioned here for the action. Nintendo getting scooped up by some nice shots from Milkman through the portholes, but not before he gets one of his own. So we're into a 4v4. Hailfire on a long rotation, a nice angle. Grabs Mex, down he goes. The odds of him being rezzed are incredibly low unless they want to invest Ribo Man way back here on the rotation. He's not going to get out there, and suddenly Dangler's down to 3.
This frag, just a little short going for the ambulance. But the rotation is happening. Kitten Mittens is actually here in the north side of Tank Courtyard, looking back towards the objective, and that's going to be a pretty good spot to defend from, actually. He's going to move up a little bit more. He's going to have that line on the cross from gas station door over towards the gazebo, but Ribo's going to find one. And there are the shots.
Oh,
Nope.
no!
Motherfucker.
Oof.
Not what you need to lose that defender to a team kill is the worst case scenario into a 3v2, and it was looking really good there. They had a great angle on this approach, but now it's really down to Ribo to deny entry from the west.
Yeah, and Milkman had seen Kitmans in the Tank Courtyard there, so he's still focused on that, which is going to blow some time for them because that team kill was totally unexpected, and I don't know if that's going to, you know, if you're creeping up on the objective and you know someone's over here and you know someone's over here, you've got to keep looking back and forth, and we all know that at the wrong peak, Ribo takes down Hailfire. And Lightshaper is stuck in that garage. He's waiting. He's trying to get the shot onto Ribo, it looks like, but it's a tough angle.
Ribo dialed in over there too. Certainly has eyes on Lightshaper's general position, but he's got to kind of cover a decent amount of ground. He's got to watch out for the approach from tank courtyard. He's got to keep an eye sort of on the objective side of things, and not sure what he was doing there. Looks like he was going to drop for a rotation off of the wing, besides not to. Shots coming in from the tank courtyard over towards Road Dog's general position, and wonder what Ember's approach plan is right now with the two of them alive.
Well, they know where the last two alive are, but they're, and I think that he confirmed, I think Milkman confirmed the body in tank courtyard. But honestly, I think his best approach is to go back towards center burning a bit and just come down the wall. If he runs into this tank courtyard, he's going to be seen by one. There's one laser over his head. They're just waiting for him on the side of tank now. And the other one on the wing is probably going to see him as well. Light Shaper putting out smokes at the tank, or at the gas station garage. And a frag coming in on him. Not going to find him.
That's actually a really good smoke angle, too. He should be able to easily get out of the porthole area and push forward. And you got to wonder if they're going to be ready on the backside. Rogue Dog goes down to Lightshaver. Objective is exposed. Rivalman has to rotate out now, and this is going to be a nice opportunity for Milkman to snag the kill. Ember take their Marshawk round and kick things off 1-0.
And that's something that's really easy to do on quarantine. You see a lot of, if you pick the guy on objective, you force a rotation because, especially on this ambulance objective, there's nowhere to defend it on the objective except for right there at the wall. And you can't really stick more than one guy in there because of grenades. So, you know, once you pick that guy, someone's going to be coming in from either the south side or they're going to be coming back from tank courtyard across the street. And if you've got a good position, just waiting for them to do that is a whole lot easier than trying to risk a cap. And the team kill on the Dangler side definitely did not help.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's essentially where the push came from, was where they had that defender in the courtyard, and to lose that essentially lost them the round. You're right, it would have been most likely Dangler's 1-0.
Yeah, because having a guy in the tank courtyard, you can kind of stop across from burning. If they try and go north into the roof courtyard, you're just so flexible because there's multiple objects and multiple walls to hide behind, and it's not a common position, especially the way Kitten Mittens had gotten there. He had come around the east side of glass and then the north side, so I don't even think they knew he was there until they got to burning center. And he had been called out and he had been seen, but I still think dealing with him would have been a lot more difficult if it had been the opponent shooting at him instead of a friendly.
Now diving into round 2. Map number 3, Ember on the defense.
Straight north spawn for the Danglers. Are they going to get aggressive and push?
Yes, they
and
are.
Kitten Mittens shoots Nintendo in the back of the head.
I mean, I think he was going for shots onto the spawn, and Kitten passed in front of him. I didn't see it happen. I was watching Ember out of their defensive spawn, and
It was a firing line onto the spawn, but the line was, perpendicular to the spawn instead of parallel, and so they were all standing behind each other. Yeah, it just was not. I mean, that happens. You know, you get that pre-fire and someone cuts across it, and you're just like, well, you're dead.
bit of a different approach from Danglers here, though. Obviously, with that different spawn, they can't necessarily charge up that west side, so they do have 2 invested in that east rotation. And this is an aggressive defense coming in from Ember. Hailfire actually positioned to catch out the east rotation if he holds the angle.
Yeah, Kit Mittens and Rogue Dog at the back of the motel. Are they going to try and make this cross without any smokes? I would assume so, because if you use the smokes, you definitely give away this cross. I think they're trying to be as stealthy as possible right now.
I think Hale's about to check this, though. This could be bad news for their cross. If he holds this angle, he'll get it. He doesn't, as Rogue Dog finds the kill. C4 detonated And now you do see a little bit of panic from Quokka as he tries to readjust his angles, and as he does, he drops off and misses Rybo pushing into that courtyard. So a lot going wrong for the Ember's defense right now, as Danglers position themselves very nicely for an attack.
Yeah, that was an impressive pick by Rogue Dog as he was running across the street, manages to whip that rifle up and pick that guy on the corner. Goes to show that Danglers are not a team to be messed with. They are still very fast.
Absolutely.
Rogue Dog making the cross.
Put enough hours in, he does get shot at, and Kitmans is going to be up next. I wonder if he'll be taking some fire as well, but he dumps out the rounds. Rivalman finding Quokka inside tank courtyard. Danglers now into a 4v3 as they charge in on objective.
Yeah, and they've got the good approach here. I mean, if they can make it, Rogue Dog and Kitten Mittens, if they go around towards the dunes, that gives them such a clear sight picture onto objective. Both the defenders that are currently on objective will be targetable from the south dunes. I mean, there's no cover, and the shots are ringing out onto Light Shaper now from the southeast rock.
Somebody might be on white car to the south.
And having two people in that southeast is even more beneficial because, you know, you can't target both. They're both at distance, hard to hit. One's peeking over a hill, one's peeking around the rock. And, you know, if you expose yourself to one, you're going to get shot by the other. And now the shots are ringing out from the south hill. And now the rock's pushing it. I mean, it's back and forth. Rybo finds J-Lo on the backside, and he's pushing in from burning now. And
good for Ember right now. Milkman's in a decent spot, but he'll be getting shot in the back in short order if he keeps holding this angle. Actually, he might be able to find one pickup. Rogue Dog getting scooped up there, slowly evening the odds. Rybo is looking for the angle though from that wall, and nade comes up and over, doesn't quite go far enough. Lightsaber able to pick up Rogue Dog's confirm, and Milkman is staying prone and just under the radar of Rybo, who does peek the corner. Just goes undetected. Milkman should see him there. Tries to take the shots, but he hits the wall himself. Rybo able to find the trade. And now it's all down to Light, who's got to rotate, who's got to push out here. Actually, the rotation's going to save him. He was about to get flanked from the south.
Kitten Mittens not seeing that cross because of the wall. But he's being pushed. Light Shaper knows that Rybo's there. Comes around the corner and gets a trade.
Very solid answer back from Danglers.
Definitely better than a cap.
That's true. Yeah, get aggressive. And I mean, we even see with some of those plays that they're trying to notify the enemy that they're there, that they're the last, that they're pushing in, looking for the attack, and ultimately Danglers ending up with the dub. A nice start for Ember, aided by Kitten Mittens, but ultimately it's not enough to get them up a 2-0 lead, and we're into a bit of a Marsoc exchange right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you see a lot on Quarantine. It's usually defender favored. Where's our next objective gonna be? Let's see, it's gonna be gas station garage. One of those objectives that's capable from outside. You know, you have to keep checking your corners, but also I feel like it's relatively easier to defend. There's a lot of cover. There's a lot of different buildings around it. You can set up one of those nice box defenses and have one, you know, wild card floater player. But it also depends on the spawns. You can get the north spawn, you can get the crater spawn in the far east between the streets, or you can spawn in the southeast by the rock. And I know a lot of teams, if you spawn in the southeast, they just opt to go aggressive because you're close. Why not? Let's see what Ember opts to do as they are spawning in the southeast. On round number 3.
2 quick spawns for him so far. Granted, the southeast one can be a little bit detrimental if you expose yourselves early, but they could charge down south and be challenging any southern defense right away if they so choose.
The spawn is already called out. Kitten Mittens takes down Milkman.
That's the risk. That is the risk of that spawn, and crossing without smokes, you know, obviously to your point, they don't want to identify everyone where they are, but if you do get caught out, you get caught out, and now Ember are into a 4v5 before even 5.5 minutes left.
And they're basically trapped at this sliver of the map between the north side of Hospital and the south wing. I mean, they can't go anywhere. If they expose themselves, all eyes are locked on this cross. They're gonna have to use smokes effectively. Frags going out. Airburst way high and short. Quokka finds Tendo though.
Oh, Quokka.
And is just way inside the defense. I don't know how he made it in here.
Yep,
Wow.
comms coming in from Rybo, prioritized over having his gun at the ready. He goes down. And a great little exchange from Quokka here to turn things around for Ember. And now they're into a 4v3 with a 1 in a very dangerous position. Honestly, that warrants a rotation, in my opinion. We still have a north defender way up on the north side. There's really only 2 on objective.
Kitten Mittens might have a line on Quokka very soon. All he has to do is peek this corner. Quokka lobbying all kinds of utility out towards the objective.
I doubt he's going to be ready for Kittens, who's tucked in on that little shoulder wall there. He grabs him out, and an unfortunate lack of action from the rest of Ember off of a really opportune pickup from Quokka. I mean, they've just been sitting here. They've been stuck, like you said. They haven't moved since spawn.
Yeah, and that's the big detriment, especially like if you spawn in that southeast corner. I definitely don't think you cross the street immediately, because that gives away your spawn.
Right.
If you run towards the objective, you might have a better chance. And you know, a lot of teams spread one south to check, and then the rest of them go to their normal spots. So if you could overwhelm, you take down their one defender. Kitten Mittens, however, taking down another attacker at the ambulance, finds one and gets the kill count out for 3 dead. But if you ever get to the spot on this map where, you know, you get on the radio and you hear the words, okay, what do we do? At that point, you don't have any options. You know, if you're trying to rethink your plan that far into the round and you're like, okay, they know we're here, how do we get out of here? It's really hard to get out of, especially if you don't have the utility that you need, which I see 1 smoke, 2 smokes.
About to come out here.
Could be a good throw.
Not good enough. Just kind of charges out. Gets scooped up. He is resable now, though, with both of these smokes getting deployed. Some reason Lightsaber doesn't pick him up.
Readjusting that smoke. Oh, I think he's just using him for call-outs so Lightsaber can make the shots, but Executioner is in the center. Burning, and comes around the gazebo and takes him down. Danglers take their 2nd point.
A couple of missed opportunities from Ember there, in my opinion. They certainly had a great start to their round and just didn't capitalize off of that early lead. They sat back, sat on their haunches, and let Danglers slowly claw their way back into that round. And now Danglers up 2-1. How Ember hold on and defend round 4.
Yeah, definitely some missed opportunities. They should have been a little more aggressive supporting Quokka. Even if it was just, you know, the guy at ambulance putting shots into West Garage or towards gas station, even blindly, to give him a little bit more cover and force them to tuck in. Or crossing, you know, once you took center burning, maybe taking that ambulance guy back a little bit and crossing behind those Jersey barriers and getting into tank courtyard and pushing up the mid, because then you could have had a 2-pronged approach from the south and the center. But, you know, I don't think they also, I think the biggest thing that hurt them is they didn't know where the defenders were. They couldn't find, like, I don't think 3 of them had even shot by the end of the round. So how do you pinpoint positions where you have no information on the other players? I mean, besides watching game tape and having a general feel for, you know, if you scrim these teams, this is where they normally go. But that's really a big one, getting that map knowledge, and that's what we see in the higher ranked teams, top teams, is they, you know, they hear shots and then they immediately radio it in, and everyone knows where that person is.
Communication certainly an element that is vital if you want to be a top tier competitive squad. Quokka throwing an interesting C4 here. That is completely camouflaged. No one will ever see that, and it can be detonated if a west approach comes in or they get flanked. So an interesting little C4 placement there, and a crater spawn for danglers, so it's going to be a little bit before Ember runs into any action.
Yeah, crater spawn. Ember not getting aggressive on their defense. If they could have pushed someone up the, you know, roof wing and maybe try to take control of that north, but they're very, very tucked in on the objective. Now, Danglers does not run a sniper as far as I'm aware, so they might feel a lot more comfortable letting them just take that long range and, you know, making them come to them. Hailfire is finally creeping out on the west approach, trying to just get into a spot. I mean, there's no cover. The problem with the spot that he's taking right now, in my opinion, is there's no way back from it. If he keeps pushing out and takes shots, then he's exposed and he can't make it back. So he's just going to go down guns blazing.
Well, he's got the LMG to do it. He can certainly dump out some rounds onto the roof if he needs to. And if no one peeks up and checks this, he might have some shots on a Nintendo and Rogue Dog, who are looking like they're going to make their way up this west lane.
I definitely think he'll surprise somebody, but like where he's at right now, he's super exposed to the roof. If the roof just peaked, it'd be an easy kill. And that's a hard shot to make with an LMG onto that roof guy. So he might get like one of the guys that comes up the west side approach, but immediately after that, I expect that roof to just rotate and frag. And it looks like the Danglers are prepping their assault on the west side, just staging everyone. And here it comes, Nintendo going first. Hailfire does find one. Lightshaper finds another.
Bit of a combo coverage on the west side pays off. Danglers down to 3. But they seem to be working off that information that there's 2 over on the west side. Rybo and Max pushing in through the center.
Yeah, that roof guy was no longer there to get that refrag, and it looks like they're just going to do a standard stack up on this roof courtyard and push in. It is the path of least resistance to the objective, I believe, because there's only one guy in burning. If we take a look at the overhead, and there's a lot of cover in burning center that allows you to get shots off onto most of the other common defensive positions. It's just how many people do you want to invest in that push into center burning? Because you could technically lose them all as they all come up over the wall.
Surprised to see no more rotation out of the west side after hearing these shots from Max and Rybo in the center. No real rotation. J-Lo should have heard these footsteps at the nose, but he does have a burning building kind of drawing in audio suppression for him, and he is going to try and toss a nade in that general direction.
Quokka finds Clorox as he comes up over the nose wing. That's a very good angle to defend, to cover your center burning guy, so he doesn't have to keep peeking it, because that's normally how you pick center burning, is you peek over the rubble and shoot him in the head. But Kitman is also on the south here. J-Lo finds Rybo in center burning and shuts that down. Now it's all up to Kitten Mittens, who is in the same bad position that Ember was in the last round. But it's even worse because there's 5 members of Ember still standing.
It does look like they have one rotating up onto the rooftop too, so he may be exposed to some angles soon.
Oh no! Quokka kills the roof guy.
I stand corrected.
I wonder if he called out his rotation. Because if he hadn't called it out, that's a fair shot. I would have shot someone on the roof too. And now it looks like Quokka's gonna do an emergency run to res him.
Yeah, he's gonna make that trek.
Just over there. I'm sorry.
Good call out.
But Lightshaper finds Kitten Mittens as he crosses over on the north side of the ambulance or hospital, and Ember tie it up 2-2.
Got ourselves a bit of back and forth between 1s and 2 in the group stage, and what you would expect for these later rounds. I mean, we got Suburbia next, and then Bazaar, I believe. So, a couple of good close quarters maps up after this, and kind of shifting back. Go long range downfall, really tight, quick pace maps on Cargo. Back to long range on Quarantine, back to tight range. It's really nice.
It's a good mix.
Yeah, it's a good mix.
And as you said with the Swiss bracket, the later rounds, the more tight the matchups get. The teams that win in the first 3 start getting matched up more and more. So as they move on, you get to see those teams on more technical maps like Quarantine and Suburbia and Bazaar. I think in my opinion, Bazaar is probably the most technical of all the maps. There's so many angles, windows, doors, long sight lines, short sight lines, all kinds of stuff. And I think that being the final map is a really good way to see these, the final matchups play out.
Still got ranks 1 and 2 going at it right here in round number 5 of map 3. Southeast spawn, but objective has changed and now up in the north, so I'm curious how Ember is going to approach objective.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's an optimal spawn for the north objective. It will allow, if Danglers opted to rush it, they could have spread out like all the way to Money Trucks, but it doesn't look like they're going to get that pushy. They're going to stay tucked in Ribo on the northeast side of the roof, watching for that cross into the east building. And the Danglers defense is pretty good. At this point, you don't need to get those early picks. You could just get that information because there's only so many lines of approach and a lot of open space between the roof, the other buildings in the north, and the objective.
Spurs hasn't exposed their position yet, though. I think anyone's identified where they've spawned from.
I do like their spread. If you look at the overhead map, they've just kind of stacked and dropped people off like along a nice line on the center, and they're sending their final 5th member over towards the gas station. He's going to come up the west approach.
Careful of Nintendo. He does have a pretty decent angle on that corner. Some eyes are trained in right to Nintendo's head, but he can't quite get the peak. There's lasers right on top of each other. Shots come in, don't quite land. That's going to be information for Nintendo.
Except the call out was incorrect. Well, the call out was correct, but it was the wrong person shooting at him. He
Right.
shot at by Gazebo and called someone in burning, which luck has it, there's someone in burning.
Rivalman just putting shots out to nothing, so it seems. JLo here looking for those shots, and we do have a push coming in from Milkman on the edge there. I don't think anyone's expecting him to be here.
Well, you say that, but then a laser trains over it from Kitten Mittens, and it looks like the Danglers have this down. They're covering each other's angles, so
Yeah.
no one can approach Ribo without Kitten seeing them, which, even if the kills happen, it's going to be refrag after refrag. Milkman's still going to be making this push. Let's see if Kitten Mittens can find him. those suppressing shots, trying to mask the footsteps of their teammate. Rybo, yeah, wow.
Now Kitten completely exposed to Milkman, who scoops him up. Meanwhile, push from Quokka up on the plane wing might catch Nintendo on a rotation. Nice little maneuver there, drops back off, and Dangler's down to 2.
Yeah, those were some excellent timed pushes. And that's one of the bigger things that, you know, a lot of teams have trouble with on this map is they might have a good set plan, but coordinating the time it takes to get to certain spots, if they hadn't waited for their west approach to get there, he'd still be back at the gazebo while the rest of the team is up at the roof. And so coordinating that, Clorox finds Quokka, and Lightshaper gets the refrag immediately. The callouts will be able to come out from Clorox or Mex. But Kitten Mittens all alone on the objective, exposed too on the south side. Or no, not Kitten Mittens, sorry, Rogue Dog. Last man standing.
About to get flanked by Hailfire.
Yeah, Milkman's got a line on him to hold him in his spot. He can't really go anywhere, and then Hailfire is going to come around the corner and get these nice, easy shot. No, Milkman's going to take it because he's going to peek it. Ember take their 3rd point. Another Marsoc victory.
Yeah, pretty big one at that to bounce back from a couple of round losses against Danglers and now have that advantage. They go into a North defense objective 3-2, and I mean, what's your thoughts on that North objective? I think it is kind of challenging to defend, despite you having the height advantage.
I agree. I don't like this objective for offense or defense, honestly. It really depends on the team you're coming up against, too. But there's ways where teams can get all the way into roof courtyard without being seen, and then all of a sudden you're peeking over a hill and someone's shooting you from basically right in front of you. You know, you got to be ready for that. Like, just like we saw Ember do, they got up on both sides of the roof without being noticed and then just got those easy, quick shots as someone peeked. It's a lot easier to do that, in my opinion, than to pick them off at long range if you're shooting at, like, the backside of roof or the top of roof. But, you know, there are good defenses, and we've seen great defenses. SMC's done some great defenses on it. We've fought against great defenses. I think this objective offers the most flexibility for teams on this map. They can choose to get aggressive because you can spread out a lot on defense. You could go down the west approach. You could go to money trucks. You could even go all the way to crater and try and cut off across in the east from the crater spawn. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you could do, or you can opt to get really tight on the defense. And we're going to see what Ember does as we hop into round number 6. Danglers spawning directly south.
That's a pretty quick spawn. You can do some dangerous moves with that, and it looks like they actually might get identified by Quokka if they keep going the route they are going. Yep, there's the cross. Quokka drops off right as it goes out, and I don't think he spots it.
Wow, I mean, the timing there, you see that one, takes the shots, gets the kill. Kitten Mittens goes down, now the call. Yep, there's the call.
So now they know the spawn because no one can get there that fast unless they spawn there. Headshots coming in, just missing Quokka there from the burning. It's more information to get radioed in. Lightshaper dialed into the west. He's holding down that angle, and Quokka continues to peek riskily here, looking for some angles. Oh, and as I say that, he says he will not be peeking that again, which is, I think, the smart choice as he drops back, and they seem to be holding tight on defense. All they need to do is secure their Volk round, and they take map 3.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I like about this objective is you can do the guerrilla warfare tactics where you get a pick and then you rotate back because if you're behind the roof, you've got all the freedom of movement until they get up towards the roof building. You can move, or you can rotate, you can go wherever. So as long as you're communicating with your team and covering the right angles still, you know, you shoot, you kill, you move, and just keep doing that over and over until either you're sitting on objective or they are dead.
Danglers are in good spots, though, with 4 minutes left. They got a lot of time to work with. They can be patient. They can go for some little picks. They can try and even the odds to a 4-4 before applying the pressure. And Rogue Dog and Nintendo are slowly inching their way in with Rybo on the other side. And Max, who's actually opting not to go far west. And he's pushing the lane that has been deemed not peekable again, and as I say that, he rotates back around to the other side. I think he would have been safer going with the route he was going to take, although it does look like he's dialed into Light Shaper here, but I think the angle is just being missed.
I don't think you can attack this objective without assuming there's someone in that northwest wireframe. Light Shaper should be seeing him any second now.
Oh, he saw him first, but he missed the shots, and the C4 detonates. Down, Executioner goes. Hailfire picks up Nintendo. Danglers dropping like flies with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier, Hailfire's position is really good, passively flanking his own objective.
Oh!
Why do I even do the things I do?
Rogue Dog and Rybo team killing on the roof as they both came around opposite sides of the building
I'm just gonna throw every game.
at quick reaction. You can tell, I mean, that's nerves right there. Dangler's reacting immediately to shots, not checking tablets, not identifying friend or foe, just registering, I heard a gunshot, I'm going to shoot at it. And, you know, that's what, the third Dangler team kill we've seen this series?
Yeah, they're really giving it up to Ember here. Certainly assisting them in these kills, and you hear Rogue definitely upset with his choice in taking those shots. But now it's all him. Tries to make his way towards objective. He's got a lot of time to work with. 2 minutes left. But I don't know. They have a nice little 3-man kill box here on objective.
Yeah, and he has an idea of where those shots from Hailfire came from, but he's looking at the wrong building corner right now. And as he tries to make this cross, he still might be able to get the frag on the Hailfire as Hailfire peeks and doesn't get him. But there's 2 guys left on defense. Milkman takes down Rogue Dog, and Ember climbed to the top of the ladder.
They continue to be undefeated here in Group B, and nobody predicted that. Noman did. Noman stuck with his team.
We can't tell Noman what happened here. That's all I'm saying.
Noman stuck with his squad. He was loyal, and his loyalty seems to be being rewarded here right now as Ember continue to climb that ladder. And I think if they, well, it'll really come down to that 5th round, but if they continue this undefeated streak, they're in the best position. I guess round 4 is going to be a real interesting one too, because we'll see the 2 undefeated teams battle it out against each other. Whoever comes out on top of Animal House and Legionnaires, I believe.
Oh, Animal House, SEAL Team Bravo.
You're right. And obviously we have to wait for these scores to get reported in for that standings to get updated, and we will be taking a brief break here on Master League 2. As a reminder, we got action across the board today on Master Leagues 1, 2, and 3, so be sure to get that multi-stream up and be watching from all the different casting groups that we have going live today. And also hit that follow button if you haven't already. We do appreciate everyone that has been hanging out today, and we'll be diving into round 4 action, map 4 action in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. More Group B coming at you. Welcome back, everyone, to Group B, Season 9, VR Master League, Round 4, Map 4. My name's NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm with my co-caster, the one and only man with more than 2 nipples. Some say 3. How are you today? The 3. Like that. Today we'll be bringing you Danglers versus Legionnaires. It is 2 teams that are pretty close in the rankings. If you look at your overall standings on the right there, you see Animal House and Ember are duking it out between 1 and 2. And Danglers and Steel Team Bravo are right there alongside them. So if there is a loss amongst one of these top teams that's gone undefeated so far, it is going to throw our rankings into chaos. And I'm quite frankly, again, just like we were yesterday, right? We have no idea. We don't really have an idea of who's going to be our Group B Challenger finalist until we get done with that 5th round. True. Right. Absolutely, and you know, it's starting to get down to those later rounds, so you got to factor in the fatigue of the players, you know, and also, you know, just how many intense rounds that they have been. And Legionnaires and Danglers, I mean, Danglers have been fighting tooth and nail for their round wins. They've been putting in quality efforts to try and come out on top. Legionnaires doing the same thing, and that wears and tears on your mind over the course of several hours. And you know, it'll be interesting to see if we see any more mistakes from Danglers like we did on Quarantine, where we had some team kills, or if they'll be able to clean it up after a little break on Suburbia, where we are headed for map 4. Group B. Map 4. How many more other adjectives can we throw in there? Does look like we have active rosters in the lobby from both sides. Legionnaires coming in with Raider, Kagan, Zarek, Mayhow, and Mr. Serious, and Danglers not switching it up, staying with Nintendo, Kitten, Rybo, Rogue Dog, and Executioner, aka Clorox.
I believe the Danglers Pavlov or Contractors team. I think he was Pavlov player. So he is newer, but they're opting to play him maybe because of availability. But we'll see. He definitely had at least one of those team kills on the last round.
Yeah. I feel like that's more on the communication of the Danglers squad than anything, though. You know, just to be able to radio in where you are, where you're moving. That's all important information to be relaying to your team. And if you don't do it in game, then you got to do it before you start the round. And let's see if they've done that here as we dive into round number 1 of map 4. Some say the deciding map in these round robins, but there's always hope in that 5th round for a squad to inch their way out ahead if a loss comes in onto one of those undefeated teams, which we do have playing against each other right now.
Looks like there are some technical difficulties. Mr. Series has a sensor out, but can't do a reset. The time has run out, so it looks like they're going to have to just kind of wait. He said one of his sensors was down.
Looks like I'm like breaking his hand.
And Mr. Series is their shield player. This is not a great player to be dropping.
He's back.
I think I'm good now. Yeah. Let me
Okay,
check.
they're middle house, they're middle house.
Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
That interactivity is just something you don't get in 2D gaming for sure.
Oh, it brings another pretty real elements to your gaming experience, and then when you get to meet these people that you've been slapping over the head imaginarily for a couple of years, it's even more exciting than if you were to meet someone that you've been playing 2D games with, in my opinion at least. That relationship is a little bit more solid, and they've fixed their tech issues. Sirius is back on the run, and what looks to be like really kind of like a stalled play from Legionnaires here. You know, this isn't a strategy that's non-viable. To wait for a minute or two before making entry is certainly something that some teams do opt for.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to get across Suburbia. They're not really concerned with losing a minute at the beginning of the round. I mean, yeah, like you said, some teams will just sit and wait for that anyways, so it's not like it matters. They are doing... I'm liking Legionnaires, their communication here. They're sending Mr. Sirius out with the shield while someone's watching a very tight angle. Raider holding that angle on the upstairs center house window and waiting for someone to shoot at the shield so that he can then step over slightly and get that pick. Their coverage is good. Their communication sounds like they've got plans. We'll see how well those plans work out for them, as we all know that no plan survives contact with the enemy.
I think they're gonna keep it pretty tight here too. Everyone holding different angles as they make their way up this east side or west side, and so far no interaction, which is kind of interesting coming from Danglers. Normally we'd expect a little bit more aggression out of one of their players at least, right?
Yeah, normally you want to send that one up to get, even if they don't get a kill, to just get that information out. I mean, they don't even know which side they spawned on. They don't know where they're approaching from. It is the tank objective, so they've got really good coverage on it from the overhead map. But I don't know. I feel like it is still going to be very difficult for Legionnaires to push into that objective. They didn't get any early picks. They let Danglers get where they wanted to. So, you know, I think that's the big thing, is if you can stop the defenders from getting to their preferred location, you then have the edge. But the Danglers had no pre-fire coming at them, nothing. Shots from Mr. Sirius. He's trying to shoot the guy in spawn house with a pistol at range.
Pistol with a red dot, okay?
Oh, okay. Pistol with a red dot. He's also using the 1911, which mad respect. 7-round mag. Is not something we see used in the shield very often. Normally you see people take the M9 or the G17. But Kagan, with the callouts from Sirius, gets that easy, quick peek. Nintendo finds Mayho behind the house and evens it up into a 4v4. The shield is still pushing across. Kagan now taking shots. Rogue Dog goes and takes Kagan down.
Ooh, he caught a toe there. I saw a blood splatter just in front of the shield.
I think that was off of the dead body.
Oh, you're right.
There's a body in front of him. Mr. Sirius and Rogue Dog just duking it out. That one did catch him. Sirius has the heal now. Really, he's just making Rogue Dog blow through ammo.
True. 2 clips spent there. You can see down to only 2 more, and Derek is getting into a position where he'll be applying pressure up through the center, staying real nice and low. They don't have that Overwatch position anymore. That was scooped up by Kagan. Although Kitten is still there, Zarek has to check left if he wants to deny this. The nade prime.
He pulled a grenade. No.
That's it for him. Executioner scoops him up. Nintendo finds Mr. Sirius, the shield user, through the window, and it's all down to Raider, making his way ever so slightly towards these stairs, and it does look like a nade's going to be coming down in his direction. Not quite far enough.
Yeah, I think Nintendo has an idea that someone's in this house, and even if Raider does get him, which he does, he's still got 3 members of Danglers to deal with on the objective, all tucked in very tightly. Wow, Raider managing to get Kitten Mittens, but Rogue Dog finding the kill.
Good teamwork there from Rogue Dog to be popping up when he was not the one being fired at, and he finds a pretty easy headshot, putting Danglers up 1-0 on Suburbia.
Also, fun fact, the Danglers and the Legionnaires have a long history of people moving from Legionnaires to Danglers, Kitten Mittens being the newest pickup from the Legionnaires. I believe Plenus was previously also of Legionnaires, and I think there was one more. So these teams have a little bit of a rivalry.
Love to see it. Love to see that storied past. And if Ember can go ahead and win this group stage, we'll be seeing a real interesting Challenger Cup finals. Two related, what's the right term? Sister teams, I suppose.
I think the correct term is sister teams.
And
the Inferno family.
There you go. Yeah, that'll be really, really exciting to see how those two square off against each other. And I'm sure that if it comes down to that, both of those teams will be pretty dang happy either way. Just the fact that they've both made it to that Challenger Cup, and at least one of them gets to move on to the round robin is a decent reward. And you can see if that's going to... Go ahead.
I think they actually call themselves the Inferno Conglomerate.
Ah, okay. LLC,
Sounds
Inferno
evil.
LLC.
Yeah.
Inferno Incorporated.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I hear a Molotov.
$5 per recommendation, thank you. As we hop into round 2.
There's the pre-fire that we didn't hear last round.
Yeah, and we're seeing the aggression that we were kind of expecting out of Danglers on defense. Kagan charging up here. Looks for a shot onto the side of Rogue Dog. Picks him up. He might even have angle onto Nintendo if he's fortunate. Rybo goes down. Kagan's wreaking havoc on the backside here. Shots come in through the shrubs over onto his direction. Nintendo really confused as to what's been happening around him as Kagan's right next to him. Nintendo does go for the quick peek, finds the shots. A nade comes out and over into the direction of Max. Doesn't quite land, and Legionnaires down to 4, but Danglers down to 3.
Yeah, Kagan getting very, very aggressive on that, and it working out in his favor for sure. The confusion, the fire, everything just helping him move around, and it's hard to see through those bushes. You can definitely shoot through them, but seeing people moving through them and making out whether they're friend or foe, when you had 3 friendlies crammed in the same location, you definitely don't want to take the incorrect shot.
Just a ton of pre-fire here from both teams. They're all just jumping rounds into the general vicinity of where they think the attacker or defender is, and nothing's quite landed yet.
Mex has a smoke in his hand. It looks like the call for the push is coming in. Kitten Mittens finds Raider. A couple of good smokes on the tank there. One bad one on the carport. It will give him sound cover, though. But Eric, looking through that fence, takes shots on the Kitten Mittens.
Oh, Kitten actually picks him up. I thought it was Mex who was putting rounds through the wall, but Kitten finds those shots. Legionnaires now suddenly down to 2, and the push coming in through this house. Kitten Mittens charges around the corner, grabs Mayhow. Mr. Serious, the last defender alive. And quite frankly, it's not really an ideal spot. There is an opportunity for Danglers to get in here and get a cap. At the very least, they're positioned to snag a Marsoc round.
Execution is going to go for cap while the rest of the team distract him. I mean, all he has to do is make a very, very quick cross from this. Oh, he's on the wrong side of it. The call out for center house came out. Oh, but Nintendo gets the kill.
I was about to do it.
Pad was out in an interesting angle there that we thought would have gotten him killed. Doesn't get Mex killed, and he nearly punches in the code, putting Danglers up 3-0, but instead, kill comes in. Good rotation, timely rotation, I should say, from Legionnaires in order to not give up that cap, and regardless, Danglers push up their lead to 0.
Yeah, I really thought that Legionnaires had a really good defense there, and especially after Kagan kind of evened the playing field at the beginning, taking out multiple Danglers. I mean, a 2-for-1 trade's a pretty good way to start out your round. But then the lines of fire that the Danglers had, Eric being behind that fence on the east side of the spawn house, south house, the fence does give you concealment, but it does not give you cover. So you can be shot through that, and as he laid rounds into burning, he got refragged from a teammate straight down of lane 3, and that's the end of that. I mean, there's no way for him to dodge too, standing behind a giant fence, a plywood fence, basically. I really want to know how Nintendo called out the guy in center, the final man alive, and I want to know how he saw him, because it didn't look like he even went up the stairs.
I saw he had peeked it for a quick second. It was a very quick shuffle up to half of the stairs, and then he dropped immediately back down and made that call out. And we'll see if Legionnaires can tack one onto the board here on their Marsoc round, or if Danglers are going to keep applying the pressure and push their lead up 3-0 as we dive into round 3.
Yeah, we're going to go to the center house objective. Going to be a fun one to watch. Can Danglers defend it? Are they going to stack a bunch of players inside like we see a lot of teams do?
Change in pace from Legionnaires. Gets one kick right away. Kagan's charging down the east side. Should be able to find an angle shortly. Kit Mitten's balancing the odds a little bit. Trades with Raider, keeps it going. Kagan finds Ribo Man. Legionnaires 3 left, Danglers 2.
One upstairs window, right side. One downstairs.
Danglers might have 2 left, but only 1 in the center house. Rogue Dog over here in the spawn house called out Kagan's position. Nintendo finds Mr. Mysterious. Kagan gets the refrag on that. Center house is now exposed. Rogue reacting, but not correctly. Moving up towards APC, looking for a kill on the Kagan. He might be able to find it. No, he finds Mayo instead.
Maybe it is correct. He gets one, can't find the second. Danglers nearly tacking on a 3rd point to their lead, but Legionnaires with an aggressive push hang on and get onto the board 1-2.
Yeah, definitely not the rotation I was expecting, as your last man standing is down on objective.
Right.
He should have been calling for just run to the house. Like, I don't care, just run to the house. But the position actually worked out really well. And sometimes you gotta gamble. Legionnaires also seem pretty well versed in Suburbia. It is one of the older maps. It's been around for a while. Lots of teams had lots of time to play it, and the meta really hasn't changed so much. I think the biggest meta change for Suburbia is adding the C4 that allows wide area coverage from a very concealed position. That and Molotovs. Molotovs are pretty useful. Not so much as they are on cargo, where you can deny entire lanes with the fire, but they can still do some damage. They can stop an early rush or whatnot. But Legionnaires definitely have to have a plan in mind, to defend this objective. And here we go. Round number 4.
Good little back and forth unfolding before our eyes. Legionnaires now on the Volk side of things. They do have to defend that center objective building, which is not necessarily an easy task. I'm curious to see how Danglers attack it, and they're not applying a thick pressure up to the center. They're kind of spreading out as Kagan does look for some early pre-fire, and they do have a bit of a quick move over on the east.
Yeah, Legionnaires having basically a swap meet at the beginning there. Eric does have a lit Molotov on his chest at the top of the stairs. And his defensive positioning that he's using is really good. Basically, if he goes down, that Molotov's going to go off and cover the top of the stairs, making it harder to get up and cap. Although, the other day we saw a 2-on-1 defense with a Molotov on the stairs, and the attacker just ran right through it. Mr. Serious finds one. His position now given away.
Saw the bullet spray there onto the sandbag, literally a few inches from Mr. Serious's head. So Max nearly being successful in that trade. Mr. Serious applying the pressure and finds himself with the trade and is resible. So things working out for Legionnaires on their defensive round. Danglers down to 3.
Serious calling for no res. Does not want his team to leave the center house. They do have an accurate kill count of 2 down. Rybo now creeping in the back of the house. Mr. Serious calling out Nintendo. The C4 does not find him. We're using him as a body decoy. A frag coming up the stairs, getting 2.
And then the fire gets detonated on that downed player. He gets burnt to death. Rival Man's in the smokes. A prone move from Kagan finds the kill. Legionnaire is only down to 2 left alive inside here. A thick smoke. Raider walks into the fire. He doesn't see it. He goes down.
No.
Another smoke comes out here, and now Kagan's the last one alive. Nintendo applying pressure. He goes down to Kagan. We're into a 1v1.
Oh man, there's so much smoke. I mean, Kagan and Raider, they had to move around. They couldn't see anything. The attackers could have been standing right in front of him capping, and they wouldn't have been able to see it, so they had to move around. Smokes dissipate now. Kagan watching that window. Kitten Mittens finding the angle, though.
Nice little play there out of the Danglers squad. You know, they smoked the smoke. The smoke, such a key element there. It allowed the chaos to unfold in a favorable manner and on a Dangler's side. And I mean, walking into a dropped Molotov, that's just the worst case scenario, and an unfortunate team kill there does put Danglers into a tough bind that ultimately allowed them, or excuse me, Legionnaires into a tough bind that allowed Danglers to crawl back. And a good couple of plays, but also some missteps.
Yeah, I mean, when Rybo ran up the stairs, there were 4 defenders up there. He got the frag off, so he killed one, and then he burned to death. He downed another. He got rezzed. He ran up the stairs, shot one, got killed, and then another one ran into the fire and died. So all in all, you know, utilizing one player and coming out with a 3-1 victory that's a good play in my opinion. Probably not the way they intended it, but it worked out. And that's the other thing. The Danglers just thrive on that kind of chaos. I mean, moving to the northeast red car objective with the Danglers on defense now.
All they got to do is scoop up one more round, and they will take map number 4. Pretty quick pace here. I do have that northeast spawn, as you mentioned, and I think this one's a little easier to defend, in my opinion.
I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. I think most of the objectives are easy to defend.
Wow.
Rybo finds a early pick, though.
That's what
But
that
the revive does come out.
That's what that pre-fire is all about. You can basically shoot right down to a spawn through the walls, and most teams and players are aware of that potential danger there and trying to avoid it, but sometimes you just can't when you try and move out. Luckily enough, Legionnaires don't get an insta-kill on there.
You know, I would think that Legionnaires would be more hyper aware of that, as I believe it was last wild card boss fight pre-fired 2 angles and mowed down like 4 members of Legionnaires before they'd even left spawn.
Wow.
I feel like they should be very, very aware of pre-fire lanes.
Just tuned in to Kagan, and it sounds like Legionnaires planning on a bit of a slower push here, not necessarily charging in early. You can kind of get that impression if you take a look at the center building. Mr. Serious, Mayhow, and Raider sort of just holding it, waiting for an angle to present itself.
And the Dangler is very carefree. I'm over here on Rybo, and he's just whistling away. They're not, I mean, Kit Mittens and Rybo on the backside are peeking multiple angles and rotating around, but the other 3 defenders are just kind of sitting there just waiting. They don't, you know, you don't have to get aggressive on these defenses like we've seen in previous rounds, especially on these north ones. You can let them come to you.
Yeah, you really don't have to apply the pressure because you can cover both sides of the street. You know, you can sit on that north side of the North Street, you can sit on the south side of North Street. There's a lot of different options, which makes it pretty tough to attack. You really need a good amount of smokes in the right angles to allow you to push out.
Yeah, and what we saw yesterday even was you could see the defenders on the south side of the North Street could just back off a little bit and toss a nade up and over their house and not have to expose themselves and still get kills. Mr. Serious here over by the fountain with the shield, it looks like he's trying to opt to go through lane 2, which in my opinion is not the way to go, because with a shield you can only defend against one direction. So I would opt either to go all the way left or all the way right and make sure there's only one line of sight in front of you. He's gonna run around here with Nintendo waiting for him. Mr. Serious takes a couple of shots.
Lane 1. He's right on the balcony.
Callouts do come out. Raider gonna push around now. Takes him down, but a nade. Ooh.
Wow.
Just barely missing him.
Good thing he tucked in. Rybo finally peeking out from his whistle fest in the back, finds one.
Raider just lit up the fence after Rybo took those shots, and I'm pretty sure he needs to reload. It's gonna see a... Oh, he has a drum mag. They were handing out drum mags at the beginning. Rogue Dog finds the shield guy from building 3.
Oh, Raider and Rogue Dog trade. A couple of missed shots allowing Rogue Dog to find that kill. And now we're into a 1v2. Legionnaires trying to hang on here as Kagan fights for his team's life.
I think a res there would have been the optimal move. Kitten Mitten sees Kagan, I think, shoots him through the bushes. Kagan opting to take the western approach that the rest of his team did. Shots ring out from Rybo. And that's going to put a hamper on that one. I mean, he basically has to make a cross without being seen if he wants a chance of doing this. Or he's got to get peeks and picks from the south side, which is really hard to do, especially when the danglers are moving so much and rotating around. Can't pinpoint or identify where the defenders are going to be, you can't shoot them. Kagan now looking through the bushes, trying to see any kind of movement, but you know, a smart team is going to be tucked in. Now Kagan's going to have to make a cross. Does he have any smokes on him? I mean, I wouldn't use them anyways at this point. It doesn't look like he has any, but this popping smoke would definitely give your cross away. He's looking for a defender he assumes is over here somewhere behind black car or behind the fence line. Definitely looking in the Kitten Mittens area.
And this is the challenge of attacking this objective, right? You have to cover so many different lines of sight, and even if he does push out here and gets close to objective, he's still got this angle. He's about to get shot in the back by Kitten. Down he goes. Dangler's secure map 4-1.
Yeah, I think he crouched just a little too early and slowed down that push. If he had maybe ran for the car, he could have cleared that line of fire and possibly gotten at least behind it. I don't know if he could have capped under all that pressure, but he could have at least gotten there and put some shots out.
If you want to see how Animal House and Ember are squaring away, you can always head on over to Master League 1. That match, I believe, is still going on, and so that'll be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. And then obviously the sort of winners of both of these rounds that we've been watching on 1 and 2 will be going out at least competing for that top spot. Dangler's 4-1 right now. Whoever loses Animal House Ember will also be 4-1, and then obviously we're gonna have one undefeated team going into that final round. And curious to see who they're going to be going up against. There's so many different variables and possibilities, but we will cut to a brief intermission. I think we're going to try and find another match to pop into, but it does seem like a few Suburbia rounds are already completed, and so if we can't hop into another round, we'll be diving into round 5 of Group B in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out and being patient with us today. We have a lot of games going on amongst this group stage, and we are able to drop into the final round of Fury versus Dead Logic. We've been fortunate enough to be able to stop by here. We can take a look at the KDs as well. Bald-headed 9 and 5. Todd poorly representing the caster desk. I kid. But yeah, I mean, this is a nice little tie ball game going on here, and gonna see how it shakes out in the end. Obviously, I don't think either one of these teams is in contention for that top spot, although I think Fury only has one loss. So if they can win this and the next map, they very well could be a contender for that position. It, of course, matters quite a bit on who is the winner of that final 5th map, but we're not quite there yet. We still got a few rounds of burbs left, at least one here. And then we'll be moving on to Bazaar for map 5.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there were any caps yet, so this has been a 7-round now Suburbia map, so definitely a long one. And, you know, I definitely feel more fatigued after playing all 7 rounds than after playing a long 4, you know, like
Absolutely.
just so much back and forth. Ooh, that C4 made it up and over, but not gonna catch anybody. But that frag might. Nope, they run away from it as well. Neo here, just hanging out behind the sandbag.
Well, Evolution has somehow made it past Neo, and you gotta wonder if he's gonna be aware of that positioning.
So much pre-fire. Flash is coming out. No, smoke's coming out over the top of the building.
These are good
Sir
smokes.
Cookie Noob.
They have a clear
In a
wall to
bush.
cross to objective, and no rotations coming in from Dead Logic yet.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they're not actually pushing it. Todd with the shield there.
There he
Sir
is,
Cookie Noob
Evolution
goes
pat
down.
out.
A really risky, you know, you don't need this 5 win, but there it is.
All right, we got a cap. Well, we haven't had
So
one here on
much
Master League 2
pre-fire.
yet, but we got one there. Now, we'll be cutting to an intermission and heading off to map number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Group B action. Welcome back, everybody, to the final map of the day. My name's NightFiree. I'm joined by Trip. We will be bringing you Danglers versus Animal House here on Master League 2. It is certainly an important matchup, as the winner of this will have the best chance of coming out in first. But that's going to be reliant upon how Ember perform against SEAL Team Bravo, who have been doing pretty good today as well. And I don't think we're going to waste any time before we hop into this first round, on Bazaar. Both squads readied up, and they want to get into the action. So do we.
Animal House on the defense, starting on the south central objective.
I'm going to face fuck some danglers.
Oh, that's great to have on stream.
Looks like Steven's not in, but he's been replaced.
Yeah, Animal House have swapped in the vulgarity for Danglers. So that's great. We still get that, so don't worry if you were thinking. Shots come in from Mex up over the wall. This position been more commonly taken up this season in particular, as it is a relatively new. I suppose it hasn't always been there on this map, but it is there now, and Mex is able to get some information. Rogue Dog holding his angle here, waiting for a shot as well, and Danglers are slowly positioning to what it looks like to me push up through the center.
Yeah, the Animal House defense heavy. Ninx finding one, finds Mex, and Rogue Dog with the refrag shots, not finding their target. They opted to do a heavy defense on the southeast corner, and then it looks like after Ninx takes those shots, he's rotating away, but now he's rotating back. I just heard a dog. I think that was from Ninx's mic. I was like, they add a dog to the map.
New audio foliage, if you will, coming at you, but either way, Ninx might not be really running into much more, although they have gotten one across. Slowly inching his way to the south. There is 4 focused here in through the center, and they got to be careful because if Kitman's Nintendo and Rybo kind of decide to charge in, smokes out, they'll be able to apply pressure to just 2 defenders on objective. Look at your overhead. They are really spread out.
Yeah, but they have pretty good... I mean, even if one pick happens, I don't know if the Danglers have enough time to rush in. They have Shrieking in the blue room and Wicked on objective. The Danglers are getting pretty close. There is a C4 in the blue room hallway, so that approach is probably not going to work out if the Danglers do opt to go that way and clear it out, which I don't know if you can really take this objective without clearing blue room.
If you get the right smokes out, you can avoid it. If they really dump 5, 6 smokes here onto objective, I think there's a chance that they can kind of sneak through a couple of the between Wicked and Shrieking. Really, that's about all they have to thread the needle between, and they'll be on OBJ. But they're taking their time, and Kitten's actually going to rotate seemingly over to the east. Maybe he'll be trying to drop down and support the other teammate that's over there. I think that's Endo? No, who's over in the...
Rogue Dog in the far east.
He's going to have a pretty tough time.
I don't know if he's actually part of the assault plan or if he's just kind of hanging out and waiting and he's going to be a distraction. But Nolamite finds Kitten Mittens.
A great little angle. He turned around, watched him, saw him come out of the blue room, and I'm not sure why Kitten's opted to make that route. He had an easy approach up through the center, and if you do look back at the center, Nintendo and Rybo in particular are right by objective.
Rybo knows that Wicked's there now, and he's going to go slow creep up over top, come down behind him. The smokes are rolling out, like you said. Oh, a beautiful smoke right into blue room, completely obscuring Shrieking's view. There is a defender, though, Ninx in the south side, back by their spawn building now. Rybo finds Wicked, and he's on objective capping. Tab out.
Shrieking's trying to react. Nintendo's drawing his attention and actually takes him down. The rest of the Animal House team is trying to desperately rotate here in time, but not quick enough. As I said, they were a bit too spread, and Danglers capitalized by entering through the center and going up 2-0.
Yeah, Rybo coming in over top and taking very minimal amount of shots onto Wicked on objective. Just kind of didn't really register, I guess, because there was other firefights happening at the same time, and I think that was the Dangler's play, right? Was if Rybo shoots, I'm gonna shoot, and Nintendo would just pop shots to mask that gunshot, and then the chaos ensued. Not the best way to start off a round. Being down off the cap round one is always detrimental to the morale.
Certainly an interesting group stage. We really have a lot of these teams so close to each other in scoreline. I think it's the first time that we've had both group stages come to be so close like this in the wild card, but I think if Danglers can take this and continue to push their lead up 3-0, take it 4-0, they're looking really good for contention for that first place spot if Ember doesn't beat SEAL Team Bravo. And that's kind of the big question up in the air right now is where are these teams going to land? How are they going to perform? And you got to factor stress into all of this right now. I'm sure both of these teams are feeling the pressure because, as I said yesterday, this is the end of their season if they lose. You don't come out a champion of a group stage, your season is over with. You are on the bench for several weeks, sometimes up to a month or plus, because it takes a couple of weeks to get done with the champions, and then we usually have a few weeks break between seasons. So you're out of the competitive Onward scene for a good bit if you get dropped here, and I'm sure that pressure starts to pile on now that we're into that final map.
Rybo with the early callouts calls 2 moving east off the west spawn as he looked from Blue Room across the Kia. Good quick information. Lets the rest of his team get their setup positions. Shots ringing out from Nolamite. Rybo finds Ninx.
Pretty strong start for Danglers right now. They are seeming to be in sync as smokes do come in through the center from Lipinski. They're pretty good smokes. The other one's denying vision up through that center lane. The other one denying vision from Kittens, and he has to rotate off of that window for just a little bit. Looks like he tucks himself back in there, but I wonder if Lipinski's going to try and sneak his way through the center while the rest of his team does something similar to Danglers and draws the attention of the defense.
Also, on camera 2, Executioner in the most flank position I've ever seen on a defense on this objective, just waiting for someone to come around this north wall.
Prioritizing the aggression over caution of your objective being capped. If anything, this shows that they have a lot of faith in their teammates as Wicked picks up Ninx, and Ninx instantly scooping up Rybo. Lipinski goes down in the center, and Danglers are into a 4v3. It was completely switched because at one point Danglers were 5v3.
Nolamite going on his flank on the north wall, and Executioner out in the open.
I got a flanker in the west. Sorry.
That's got to be a surprise.
Yeah, now are you relaying that information to your team and everyone's kind of holding up because you're like, how did he get there? Do we need to worry about someone flanking us in the west? Do we need to, But I'm really surprised he pushed out of that position. He had a great spot in the northeast building. Wicked now proning up through the market. Four members of Animal House standing, 2 members of Danglers, 2.5 if you count Rybo.
He's not going to be there for much longer, though. He's got to be bleeding out pretty soon.
Wow, that grenade not helpful. Landed on the roof.
Yeah, so there's a dude in the main czar too.
Kitten Mittens calling out Wicked because these callouts are so loud. Shots ringing out off of that call out onto objective. Wicked creeping up prone. Watching for this cross. He's going to see it. He does. Finds Nintendo.
Kitten's at least in a good spot. He's going to be able to most likely properly defend objective, or at the very least go down to a trade here as Wicked charges in, grabs Kitten. Ties, or gets at least his team on the board 2-1.
Yeah, what definitely looked like a Dangler's early round turned around and Animal House brought it back. Those early picks from Rybo not paying off as he couldn't get the confirmation, and then he got refragged after that res came out. The flanker getting downed out in the open, not able to put any points on the board. A heavy investment, especially so far away from the objective, could have paid off or could have not. I mean, more often than not, that's not going to work out in your favor. But some teams like to flank. They just can't. They can't help themselves. They have to flank.
They gotta invest one in that aggression. Then it's an interesting game. You know, it's sometimes tough to just sit back and wait for the enemy to push into you. Some players really just excel at applying that pressure and do not excel at staying and holding angles. And I don't think you see too many of that one-sided player in these higher ranked teams, but you'll certainly will see that happen sometimes to a higher ranked player where they'll sort of abandon their normal angle hold and go in for a aggressive move. But either way, Animal House are back on the board, and they really need this one. I think they are contenders here at the above Danglers in terms of score-wise to threaten for that first place spot. But if Danglers take this out, I just have no idea who's going to be coming out as first place. Really, it comes down to if Ember win or lose. If Ember win, everything's decided. But we won't know that until it happens. Right now, we still got action to unfold before your very eyes. Danglers, Animal House, the two top teams in the group stage, duking it out for a potential first place position.
Yeah, Animal House, I think if they win, they've got the tiebreaker point to go up above Ember if Ember loses. But I'm not sure how SEAL Team Bravo will shake out. So, yeah, I really don't know how to read the stats.
A lot of what-ifs, basically. There's a lot of what-if scenarios. And we really just won't know what the outcome is until we have the outcome, until we have those final results and the teams that are at least in the top 6 have played out each other.
If you pull up the overhead map right now, you're going to see a very meta defense from Animal House. I mean, they've got one in kill box, one in the... no longer one in kill box in the Lipinski and Rybo trade. I was trying to have a nice conversation with my fellow caster, and these players are so rude, shooting people.
Unbelievable. Interrupting. Executioner might be finding Nynx here pretty soon, or the other way around. He is certainly very wary of a potential here, and I think he may have been hearing some mic pops, if anything, so seems like he is aware of this position. And if only this little wall here was penetrable, things would be a little bit different right now, but we don't know if Mex knows Nynx is there. Nynx staying tucked in. He's going to have the back to Mex. Doesn't take the shots! Knifes him!
Wow. The amount of restraint to just not shoot him as he came around the corner. And that spot's not new. I mean, it's been used lots of times.
He was definitely just more wary of some other positions that typically do get taken up, but yeah, a nice little knife there from Nynx turns things into a 4v3, and it's basically up to the south east push southwest push to make the entry.
Yeah, 3 members of Danglers up, 4 members of Animal House. Good coverage all around. That north guy not really doing anything, though. No one's going to be going north at this point, I don't think. 3 minutes to rotate all the way around the map seems like a long time to waste when you could just go for it because you're this close. Are they going to get greedy? That nice line held by Shrieking from the North Street down right in front of where Nintendo is not somewhere I would be like checking if I came around this corner.
You don't check down that lane?
I don't check any lanes. I just run. I expect other people to shoot. The shots from Nintendo onto the window of objective building. I'm not sure if he saw that fan, you know, things that look like people but aren't people, or if he just making noise.
Smoke's coming out here from the south. It does alert Wicked Hex, who's got an angle through the shrubs of the potential danger. Takes shots towards Road Dog. Those don't quite land.
Nice rotation from him away from the mini market. Kind of risky. I mean, all that stuff's penetrable, but he made it away because of the smoke coverage. And now he's looking for better shots. They have no idea he's left.
Nintendo getting flanked by Nynx. That doesn't quite pay off. Nintendo's able to tuck back in, stay alive.
All the members of Animal House now seem to be focused more on the objective. Nintendo finds Shrieking on the window that he pre-fired previously. Rotations coming out. Nolamite coming down from the north. Nynx running up to the north. I'm a little confused with the rotations.
Yeah, I know, right? They gave up this west push, but now Nintendo's revisiting it. He's gonna run into Wicked Hex through the wire. Can't quite land that. Nynx picks up Rogue Dog on the backside. Kitten Mittens in a bit of an exchange through the center here. Gets one, but Nolamite able to deny the cap attempt, and now Kitten looking to get an angle. Can't land those shots. Has to keep the pressure applied. He only has a minute 15.
And now they both know where he is, and they're pinching him.
I doubt he'll be ready for rotations, too. Certainly something hard to track, but he hears audio from Wicked Hex, so that might be a bit of a cue where to look.
He's just calling him out, and Nolamite's rotating for the kill. Hitman's now going north. Nolamite should hear this. Nolamite does hear it, finds the kill on the Kitmans on the north alley. Animal House tied up 2-2.
Despite a strong start for the Danglers, they haven't capitalized off of that early cap, and they've allowed Animal House to claw their way back into this series. It was looking bad for Animal House there to kick it off with a 2-0 cap. It's not what you want to see when you're defending, but they've rallied, and now they're in a position where they could potentially cap and secure the map.
Yeah, and Animal House really likes to cap on Bazaar. I know they were really trying to go for a cap on that last objective. That's one of their favorites. They like to just smoke the mid-street really heavily and just come across and cap right under your nose. But I think people have gotten wise to their plans. But this objective, I mean, there's, what, 3... You can cap from inside the wall behind objective building. You can cap from inside the room in objective building, outside the wall, or anywhere on the objective courtyard area. So lots of potential cap spots, and it's really hard to defend, especially if you're down to a one-man defense. You've got to just run laps around through the house or through the building, because there's no way for one person to watch all the angles all at once. So it's a very easy forced rotation that you know is going to have to happen So if you take down everyone except the guy on objective, then you've got, you know, basically just a fish in a barrel target.
The map point potentially on the line here for Animal House as we hop into round number 5. It's been or 4, excuse me. Been a good bit of back and forth, kicking it off with that early cap, but Animal House have managed to put 2 up on the board, and now they're contending for the map. Could be a nice comeback for them if they can put it together, but Danglers have been looking good today. They've been looking in sync, and they've been playing it pretty seriously, so certainly not going to be an easy task for Animal House.
Early shots from Nintendo take down Lipinski, but Shrieking gets the refrag. I'd like to point out that Shrieking is running an M16 with irons.
Makes you wonder what else is in his kit.
Right? What did he spend those kit points on?
Yeah.
I mean, an optic is only, what, 1 point? 2 points?
Yeah, and I don't see a drone or anything on his pad.
What do you have? You've got body armor on. You've got a frag. Maybe he took extra ammo. I don't know. Is he a support class? Because if you take an M16 on support, you get 8 mags.
That should be enough, right?
I mean... I've blown through 3 box mags on a round, so...
Yeah, some of the suppressive fire strats we've seen today are certainly evidence that you can burn through your ammo pretty easily, but not seen too much of that here on Bazaar. Take a look at the overhead. You can see one's rotating around far south. You have the other 2 in the mini Bazaar looking for some action, but they're not going to find any because Rybo's tucked inside that building.
And the defense is pretty standard here. Kitten Mitten's rotating around, watching the mini market south side, and back up Rogue Dog or something. I'm not sure where he was looking on his rotation, but he's just rotating back and forth, so they can't pin him down. They've got Wicked Hex here. Still trying to make this corner.
Bit
And
of
now the smokes are coming out. Is that a timed smoke, you think?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was planned because you do see Shrieking and Nynx making their moves in here as well. Smoke starting to get deployed down this street. Actually, that was a frag, I think, by Shrieking. Not sure onto who that was targeted, but Nynx here tossing in some nade and utility as well. Rybo's still positioned inside here with an angle on towards objective. Wicked able to pick up Kittens on the south.
Nolamite pushing through the mini market. Not going to make the cross. Rybo finds him. Shrieking finds Rogue Dog.
Oh.
Mex finds Shrieking. The res going to come out onto Rogue Dog.
Trying to get that cap. Animal House just keep flinging attackers at objective and nothing paying off. Rogue Dog finally going down to Nynx. Ryboman's still in here and still a threat, and Nynx going to drop off, rotate around. He's got time. 2:30 on the clock.
Only 2 defenders left. Executioner and a Rybo? Is that right? Yes. C4 goes off, doesn't find anything. Nynx now needs to worry more about his sound. He needs to maintain his quiet levels. It's like when you played the old Splinter Cells and it would tell you if you're in light or dark, you know, and it would have the like meter. That's what we need right now. Little overhead meter that shows noise level on the player.
Seems like he is barely moving slow enough. Stay undetected. Don't think Rybo has too much of an idea that he's here.
Nope. He knows. He heard something. The radio clicks came in. The question came out from Mex. Now Ribo should just be letting Mex get their angle on him. He does. Ribo comes around and confirms the kill anyways.
A decent attempt there from Animal House, but honestly, Ribo saving the day. If he wasn't inside that building, they had 2 or 3 folks that they flung at objective to try and punch in that code under the chaos, and it just didn't quite pay off. So a decent attempt there from Animal House to get that entire map. They were so close on a couple of different objective entry points, but Danglers shutting every single one down and taking their defensive round, pushing them up 3-2.
Yeah, and the strat that Ribo had there. So if you only got 2 people left and you don't want to make noise, just hammer your radio, because you obviously know it has to be the other person that's still alive, right? It doesn't really work out as well when there's 3 to 5 players still up. You have to someone will jam the radio, and then you have to call what you think it is, and then they'll respond yes or no with radio clicks, and it's just really confusing. But if there's only 2 people up, all you have to do is smack your radio, and the other guy goes, yeah, okay, I know exactly where he is. It's on their other guy. So the non-verbal communication.
We got good matches across the board today on a Master League 1 right now. It's tied up 1-1, Ember and SEAL Team Bravo. That's the real decider right now. If they lose, then this matchup matters quite a bit. Whoever comes out on top here is going to be getting those extra point differentials, and they're going to be a contender for first place. Definitely don't want to just give up here quite yet. And Animal House now, with a shift of objectives and a slow spawn for Danglers, have an opportunity to tuck in and defend objective as we dive into round number 6 of map 5.
Round number 5. There's a cap.
Oh, you're right. Thought it was a little quick for us to be in round 6 already.
We've been doing so well all day. I don't think we've screwed it up yet.
Yeah, we had 1-5-6. We both messed up the math on.
Oh, yeah.
Nintendo catches one out on the cross, can't land the long range shots. That's gonna shut down East approach pretty heavily. At the very least, it's gonna throw a wrench in their plans. I say that
I got him.
as Mex picks up Nolamite. Lipinski able to frag Ribo, man, and
-1 south.
Danglers are able to get that res off if they so desire. Eyes are trained here from Wicked onto this side, so I do think they're aware of the rotations coming in here, and Danglers into a 5v4.
Wow, Lipinski got that with a grenade?
Yeah,
That's a crazy throw.
bummed we missed.
I mean, if you look at Lipinski's spot now, he's tucked in, so did he just, throw it up over the wall towards the bazaar and hope that it hits
just alley-ooped it up over there.
Yeah.
The little hook shot. Animal House slowly losing defenders. Danglers looking to take this map and be contenders for first place. They've gotten 2 down on Animal House side, and now comes down to Lipinski, Shrieking, and Ninx, who have some good defensive positions, but they're going to need to find picks.
Yeah, Ribo at the crack now. Not finding anyone. Looks like he's going to rotate off. No, he's going to look at the crack some more. And he might find a quick peek here. Oh, he should have seen that cross. Yep, called that cross out. I mean, Dangler's approach here is very, very good. If you look at the map, they're spread 2-2-1, and there's no one really defending outside of the East Market. So they're going to be able to get into the East buildings, into the Blue Room. I mean, super close. Ninx does find one.
One kill.
I didn't realize he was up
Yeah.
in the kiosk. I thought he was tucked in somewhere.
Yeah, they've got good defensive setup, honestly. Lipinski's in a nice little forward position. Nynx can overwatch from center, and you still have streaking on objective. The only real risk is that once they lose streaking, objective defense becomes very weak. Nynx in particular has a really long rotation to get to objective.
I think streaking, I didn't hear the whole comm, but I think he just said for Nynx to fall back, which is not a good decision right now. I mean, Nynx is going to have a hard time getting back to the objective. I think this is the quietest the Danglers have ever been in a match.
Definitely focus mode right now for this Danglers team. Kitten's gonna make his way up there. You do see a little aggression from Nintendo. Does stir up Nynx just a little bit as he takes control of the other half of the two-story in Kayat.
One's in the right titty somewhere upstairs, downstairs, right titty.
The call-outs.
I know.
The call-outs, man.
True to Dangler's form. Nynx almost catching out Nintendo. Doesn't quite secure those shots. Tucks himself back in. Looks for shots out towards middle. Bazaar nearly goes down on a cross. That would be a great time for the rest of the Danglers team to make their move. There's only really two defenders holding. Lipinski's here. Nynx finds Nintendo. Lipinski picks up Rogue Dog. Suddenly, Animal House in favor as one goes down. The shots from Executioner on the backside. Shrieking still aware. A minute 15 is ticking down. The nade isn't able to go out in time. A great denial from Shrieking, and suddenly it's down to the final Kitten Mittens on the Danglers team to go ahead and secure this map. Minute left on the clock.
Ooh, that was crazy. A major swing in the current lineup on both teams. Only one member of Dangler still alive, not making his grenade into the market that he wanted to. On the east side, a good approach to the objective. I mean, you can step up on that pallet ramp and kind of shoot into the objective building, but it also does expose you a lot. Is he going to? I mean, you've got to be worried about Blue Room. You've got to be worried about someone on objective building, North Alley. There's a lot of places to be worried about, especially without having an accurate kill count. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't have one. He might be one short. Shots ring out from Nynx.
That might have been team fire.
Takes a shot.
Goes back to repeat the angle. The Madman gets scooped up again by Shrieking there, and Animal House clinging to their lifeline here as they go into the final round of map 5.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the repeat, like, it could have been good, right? You don't, if you book it across someone's sightline, they shoot at you. You don't really expect them to continue to hold that. You ran past them, like you're going to rotate and try and get the kill. And I think that's what he was banking on when he re-peeked it, because if he, from the spot that he was shot at making that cross, if he had gone into Blue Room, he would have had 0 chance. So he had a better chance just instantly, just turning around and taking the shots because he knew where the guy was, but it didn't pay off in the end. Yeah. I think both ways he was going to be pretty hard to get into that east market.
Taking a look now, it does look like there's going to be, unless Staycom can get a cap, it's going to become a tied game over with Ember and SEAL Team Bravo 2-2. So we got some good matchups here in the Challenger Cup, and if you just like watching Onward, what a great weekend this has been, because Group A was really exciting, and then Group B's come down to the wire as well.
Yeah, I mean, literally the wire. We're taking all 7 rounds on
Yeah, true.
our final map.
6 trip, jeez.
All right, dang it. We're going to 7 points, okay? Round number 6.
Here it is, Animal House looking to snag at least another map. So are Danglers. They both want to be contenders for first place in the scenario that Ember doesn't take their win against SEAL Team Bravo. And it doesn't look like that's a guaranteed scenario right now, as SEAL Team Bravo is putting up a good little back and forth. Shots coming in through the center. That's going to give away their spawn, and at the very least, they'll be a little less wary of an east approach at the start.
Kitman's watching that north cross, but the smokes are going to come out and try and obscure his view. One made it to the north. Ah, he did make the call out for the far north. Okay, so he didn't make that cross without being seen, but the pressure coming from the north is going to force Kitmans to rotate away from his northeast building. More favorable spot. Executioner finds Lipinski on a quick peek.
Pretty risky peek he pulled off there too. Fortunate enough that no one was really watching that angle from Bazaar, as the majority of this team is up on this north side. They don't really have anyone up through center. And that was addressed at the start of the spawn. If you tuned into Animal House, they said no one's going up center.
Wicked throws a frag onto objective.
Oh no.
Smoke on objective.
Follows it up with a smoke that doesn't quite land the way he would want it to. Rivalman has a clear line of sight on this approach if he does opt for it. Max again peeking out from the corner, catches Nolamite trying to rotate and support Wicked Hex. Animal House down to 3. They need to slow it up, try and get some picks and turn things around for them, because right now they're not looking good. There it is, Wicked getting a key pickup, rotating around, looking for Rybo. He hears the audio from Rybo, and he's actually here in objective. Rybo can't go for this res.
Wicked did just get called out. Rybo doesn't know where he's at. Wicked's in the craziest spot ever. Comes around fire and takes down 1.
Massive rotations coming out of everyone on this squad. Nix can't find shots on the kitten. Danglers secure the map and are prime contenders for first place in Group B.
Wicked just reminded me of like the squirrel that's on the other side of the tree, and there's like a mountain lion on one side. You know, it's like every time the mountain lion moves, he just moves around it. Like he was just pinned on objective with like 5 danglers still standing, but
he had some he forced some crazy rotations there. He called out he's capping, and every single defender started to shift and rotate towards objective. If they had someone on ramp on east side, everyone would have died on Dangler's defense. They were all rotating out into the open. It was some clear lines of sight there, but just not able to be there in time. And you know, a nice attempt from Animal House, but a great tight defense there from Danglers. Executioner getting some key pickups there, and ultimately they come out on top 4-3.
yeah, great plays from both teams, and you know, all throughout the entire Group B have been great plays.
We are now going to be dropping off here for the day. We'll be shifting over to Master League 1 to do a brief recap and determine who our final winner is. We do appreciate everyone that has hung out and stopped by. A shout out to our sponsors, ProTube VR, Fixed Gaming, Rebuff Reality, and VR Cover, for sponsoring the league and providing prize options for our champions. We always do appreciate the support. Also, in addition, we appreciate everyone that has hung out and given us a follow. We'll recap who our winner is on Master League 1, as well as what to look forward to in the coming week and weekends. Thank you so much for tuning in. Swing on over to Master League 1, catch the finale of Group B, and we'll see you next weekend for more action.